Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. European leaders and Zelensky speak to President Trump, asking him for security guarantees for Ukraine ahead of his summit with Putin. The New Zealand Prime Minister says Netanyahu has lost the plot as 27 countries believe famine in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. And troops on the streets of DC, the National Guard are deployed to the capital as Trump argues violent crime is out of control. Leaders of European countries, including Germany, France, Britain and Italy, alongside Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, have spoken to President Donald Trump today ahead of his meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin this Friday. Earlier today, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz held a press conference in Berlin alongside Zelensky and spoke about a transatlantic strategy supporting Ukraine and putting pressure on Russia. Here's what Zelensky had to say.
We talked about the meeting in Alaska. We hope that the central topic of the meeting will be a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire. The U.S. president has repeatedly said this. He suggested to me that after the meeting in Alaska, we will have contact, and we will discuss all the results, if there are any, and we will determine the next mutual steps.
We can now go live to Berlin to speak to our correspondent Trent Murray. Trent, thank you for joining us. Positive signals from European leaders and the NATO chief following that virtual meeting today. But how much leverage does Europe really have?
Well, Leigh Ann, it's a good question because I think in many ways European leaders would like to have had a seat at the table in Alaska come Friday, but of course they don't. So what today was really about was them trying to get their message across to President Trump as he prepares to sit down with President Putin. For them, what happens in Ukraine really matters because they see it as essential to Europe's security more broadly. I think in terms of what leverage they have, they are leaning heavily into their alliance with the US, their NATO alliance, their military relationships to try and say, look, we're on the same team here and we want the same outcome. So we need to stay united against President Putin as you prepare to sit down and have discussions with him. I think also in many ways they are trying to convey a message that they are doing their bit to try and help Ukraine. I think it was appropriate in many ways that Berlin, Germany, hosted President Zelensky, and it was the German Chancellor that instigated this call because Germany is the second biggest military and financial backer of Ukraine after the United States. So look, whether those are messages that will be positively received by the White House, I guess time will tell over this next critical 48 hours ahead of Alaska. But certainly a lot of work and preparation had gone into today, making sure all of those big European heavyweights were on that phone call, including the UK, France and others, to get their message across to President Trump that what happens at that summit in Alaska on Friday will have a real impact on them and the European security infrastructure more broadly across the continent.
And Trent, we are just hearing across some of the news wires reports that Donald Trump says he wants a quick three-way meeting with Putin and Zelensky after the Alaska summit. We do know President Donald Trump has been speaking at the Kennedy Center. But what is Zelensky asking for out of this summit?
Well, I'm just hearing that now from you, and I think that's an interesting comment from the president because that indeed is one of President Zelensky's key requests. He is requesting another summit with President Putin. He wants to look him eye to eye with President Trump, sort of mediating between the two. Now, it's early days on all of that, and I think whilst the White House has indicated it's happy to facilitate it, there is real trepidation from the Kremlin, I think, to have President Putin sit down with President Zelensky at this point. We know what the Ukrainians are asking for as a key takeaway, if you will, from Friday is an immediate ceasefire. For them, that is fundamental before they will even begin or entertain ideas about longer-term negotiations over Ukraine. They, of course, are hearing those signals about maybe being told to hand over territory to the Russians as some sort of peace agreement, but they are very cautious on that right now. What the German Chancellor has said today is that Ukraine has told him that it is willing to discuss territorial concessions, but for them it needs to be discussed at the contact line. In other words, the front line between where the troops are fighting right now. They are just not into this idea of handing over large swathes of territory to the Russians, as the Kremlin has indicated it would like to take control of. And so right now, I think what President Zelensky is hoping for is maybe a breakthrough on the question of a ceasefire. But on the flip side of that, Leigh Ann, he has said if that doesn't happen, then it is time for the US to slap some serious sanctions on Moscow.
And Trent, we're getting some more lines out of President Donald Trump. He says Russia will face consequences if it doesn't end the war. So we are hearing now from the president about what could happen if that Alaska summit isn't successful. But we also heard from the NATO chief earlier. That was Mark Rutte, who is known, really, Trent, for being a Trump whisperer. He says the ball is now in Putin's court. Do you think Russia's actually listening?
Well, I think the signals from the Kremlin, Leigh Ann, are that they are not necessarily listening too much to Europe right now. That certainly is the feeling when individual European countries criticise Russia and its actions in Ukraine. They often will be sort of fobbed off by the Kremlin as insignificant or inconsequential. But it appears they are listening to the Americans, because I think there is an understanding that the Americans still wield enormous power here, not necessarily militarily, because they've indicated they're not wanting to get any further involved, but economically. And this idea of secondary sanctions on countries that do business with Russia, I think is something that will have likely spooked quite a few economists in Moscow because of the impact they could have. In terms of President Trump mentioning there that he's going to be calling for an end to the war and that there could be serious consequences if that doesn't happen, well, that will likely be music to the ears of President Zelensky, and maybe he'll be feeling vindicated that he made the journey to Berlin today to have this sit-down telephone call with President Trump, the German Chancellor at his side, sort of backing him up, if you will. It seems, based on what you're telling me there, that maybe some of those messages have landed with President Trump and the White House, and that means he'll go into Friday potentially wanting to negotiate just a little bit tougher than he otherwise would have with that European backing. The Chancellor here saying that Europe is fully behind President Trump as he heads into that meeting in Anchorage, Alaska on Friday.
Trent Murray in Berlin, thank you so much for your analysis. Now, New Zealand's Prime Minister Christopher Luxon has told reporters Benjamin Netanyahu has lost the plot during a recent press conference. The centre-right coalition leader believes the Israeli Prime Minister has gone way too far and called the recent strikes on Gaza City utterly unacceptable. It comes as New Zealand considers joining Australia, the UK, France and Canada to recognise a Palestinian state at the UN conference in September. Take a listen to what Luxon had to say.
I think what's happening in Gaza is utterly appalling. I think Netanyahu has gone way too far. I think he has lost the plot, and I think that what we're seeing overnight with the attack on Gaza City is utterly unacceptable, and that's what we have been calling for as an international community now for a long period of time. He is not listening to the international community, and that is unacceptable.
I'm now joined by Israeli Major Dan Pfefferman, co-editor of Middle East 24. Dan, a pleasure to have you on the show this evening. Do you agree with New Zealand's Prime Minister that Benjamin Netanyahu has lost the plot and he's just gone too far?
Thanks for having me on, and major in the reserves. I'm no longer active military, of course, speaking on my own behalf. I don't know if I would go so far as to say lost the plot. However, it does signify that the Israeli government and Prime Minister Netanyahu is in quite a tough spot here. And Israel, unfortunately, is time and again being left on its own by the Western powers, who are choosing to pressure Israel rather than pressure Hamas in order to accept what were very reasonable ceasefire agreements. Israel has to come out of this war with a clear victory over Hamas. Hamas has to surrender its arms. By the way, as the entire Arab League is called, led by the Saudis, the Egyptians, even Qatar, called on Hamas to put down its arms, to surrender, to release the hostages so we could all end this war. The entire region understands that Hamas is at fault here for the obviously the beginning of this war, but certainly its continuation. And it seems that while Israel, the Israeli government, Netanyahu's plan to retake all of Gaza is coming under intense criticism, and I'm not sure it's the best plan, it shows a clear frustration on the part of Israel. And Hamas keeps achieving lifeline after lifeline to stay in power, which is its ultimate goal here. And instead of the international community coming together to single-handedly pressure Hamas, they keep pressuring Israel, and Hamas senses it has breathing room. And so what we need here is a concerted effort that does end this war, but ends it in a way that is very clear that the terrorist organization that instigated this very war is not left in power, which for them in the world of Islamist militant organizations is a victory.
So, Dan, you say there that the West should be pressuring Hamas more and they are coming down on Israel harder. However, the West has been sending weapons to Israel so that you can make sure and the country can make sure that it defends itself. And I think a lot of the Western countries who now want to recognize a Palestinian state is because they are seeing these chaotic scenes that are continuing to emerge from Gaza. Violence, starvation, Israel's tight control on aid in the region, people absolutely suffering. You know, we know that the October the 7th atrocities were absolutely horrendous and nobody can deny that. But now over 60,000 people have died in Gaza, and many people are now thinking it's disproportionate and this needs to stop. But Israel has had a lot of Western backing.
Indeed, it has backing, but when push comes to shove, especially now in this final stretch, what is needed is concerted Western pressure on Hamas, and that's being shifted on Israel. The threats to recognize a Palestinian state might be well-meaning in this sense, but they only produce a negative result. Hamas's leaders themselves went on air and said that this international rush to recognize a Palestinian state is the fruit of their October 7th attack. Not to mention that recognizing a Palestinian state needs to be without Hamas. And again, the Arab states have actually highlighted this. In the small text, the Western states have highlighted this as well. But any future Palestinian entity, whatever it is, has to be reached in a compromise with Israel, and it cannot in any way, shape, or form include Hamas. Hamas is willing to say that it will not remain the governing entity of Gaza after a ceasefire is in place, but they're not willing to give up their arms, which means you'll have a Hezbollah-like situation where they are the real power on the ground. And add to that there is no entity of any of the Palestinian political entities who can even manage a state at this point. It would become another terrorist state. It would become a state mired in chaos and terrorism. And just on one last little point, yes, a lot of Palestinians have died. It's important to note that a significant number of them are militants or military-aged men. Israel is doing an extraordinary amount, and I say this as someone with a background in military history and affairs, to minimize as much as is possible during war. That's a difficult thing to do, civilian casualties, and it's very hard in a place like Gaza, especially where Hamas utilizes the civilian population as human shields as part of its strategy.
OK, well, Dan, right now on our screens, we're seeing children desperately trying to get food. I have spoken to many foreign doctors working inside of Gaza, and the medical situation there is absolutely dire. No medical aid is getting in. They are telling me that people are coming into the hospitals with gun wounds to their heads, to their shoulders from the GHF aid sites. So it's not just fair to say many of these people have been militants, because we know they have been innocent families, they've been fathers,
there have
and
been.
they have
I
been
didn't
children.
say all of them. I agree with you. Many of them have. I didn't say all of them are military-aged men. There have been civilians killed, and I agree with you. The situation is dire. I think the Israeli approach going back in March to cut off aid as a point to pressure Hamas was a mistaken approach. And what you're seeing now, unfortunately, even though Israel has made a concerted effort to try to flood in as much aid as possible, is that the actual, what we call the last mile delivery mechanism of the aid is completely, or almost completely, UN reports and other reports estimate over 80% are hijacked almost immediately by Hamas or other militant or armed groups. And either being resold on the black market at exorbitant rates. I see you showing these footage, and they're very harsh footage, but these are children with pre-existing conditions exacerbated by the very difficult conditions on the ground. What we need is a unified approach to flood Gaza with humanitarian aid. Israel has lifted all restrictions. There are hundreds and hundreds of trucks waiting on the borders to be sent in. The United Nations is still hesitant and refusing to work with the GHF mechanism. Israel allowing or not allowing the aid is not the issue. The issue is that Hamas continues to hijack most of the aid as it comes in. And so there are parts of Gaza where aid is flowing, where people are safe. Southern Gaza, if you were to show those pictures, you would see a very different picture. The places where Israel has less control are these kinds of sites where you're showing these pictures, where these are Hamas-dominated areas and where Hamas thrives and continues to thrive on creating such chaos, on creating such violence, and ensuring that the desperate people of Gaza are supported by Hamas itself, and it uses its arms to ensure that. It uses its thuggish and brutal behavior to do that. And the Palestinians themselves are calling for Hamas to leave. The Arab world is calling for Hamas to leave and step down. The best solution that would actually prevent Israel from trying to retake the remaining 25% of the Gaza Strip, which includes Gaza City, would be concerted pressure on the Hamas leadership to disarm, to go into exile in exchange for safety, and to hand over the administration of Gaza to a moderate, non-Hamas linked Palestinian entity that would be backed by the moderate Arab countries, and which Israel could get out. That would really be the best solution for this. That's what Israel is seeking. And I think what we need is, instead of pressure on Israel, we need pressure on Hamas in order to accept this demand. Every time that such PR campaigns come out of Hamas through Al Jazeera and other stations and into the Western media, and then the Western leaders pressure Israel, you see Hamas getting these PR victory points that translate into actual strategic diplomatic achievements. And so that is detrimental to the very cause of trying to defeat Hamas.
So, Dan, I've just heard you there, and obviously I am listening to what you are saying, but it's very difficult for us to verify any information because Israel has, of course, stopped international journalists on the ground. None of us can go into Gaza. None of us can report the truth. So that is the difficulty right now where we are. But I just want to move on this conversation because Israel's opposition leader is urging government supporters to join Sunday's planned general strike. Now, we have seen lots of demonstrations in Israel right now against the government's plans and the coalition as it stands at the moment. More demonstrations to come over the weekend. Do you think, and do many people think in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's leadership is now becoming untenable?
Yeah, I mean, his leadership here, I'm speaking from a domestic voter point of view, has been on question and has been challenged multiple times over the last few years. Of course, prior to the October 7th attack, his leadership on the war has been called into question. His political standing, which took a huge dive and then only resurged after the seemingly successful strikes on Hezbollah, and then later on Iran. There is a lot of tension here in Israel. The public has voiced that it is tired. Also, the military leadership has voiced that the reservists who are fighting hundreds and hundreds of days in Gaza are tired, and the military and much of the public is not behind continuing this war. The challenge that we face here, and I urge the viewers or the listeners here to try to think about this from Israel's very tough predicament, is that anytime Israel shows its willingness or its even desire to reach a ceasefire and a diplomatic solution, Hamas only hardens its target, pulls out of peace talks, as we saw just last week or 2 weeks ago, and makes it very difficult to reach the very ceasefire. And so Netanyahu and the Israeli cabinet have to play a double game. And that is speak very harshly, make big threats or plans to escalate in the hope of communicating with Hamas that there's no way that Hamas is coming out of this in any kind of victory, and that it will be defeated. And so what I think really is happening is that the government is trying to pressure Hamas, to pressure the region, to pressure the international community to step in and get Hamas to back down. I don't think, and this is something that's very hard to communicate to your public, your own domestic audience, who is tired and wants this war to wrap up, who wants the 20 remaining living hostages. And we saw the pictures that they are in actual starvation on the brink of severe malnutrition and death, to come home before it's too late. The problem is always this double game that needs to be played. What do you communicate to Hamas and to those on the ground who are making the decisions from their point of view, and what do you communicate to your own domestic audience? And unfortunately, those two lines of communication, those two strategies, seem to be at odds with each other. And so what we need here really is regional and international diplomatic intervention to pressure Hamas and not to pressure Israel, because Israel has articulated and communicated that it is looking for a way to wrap this up. If we're seeing signs from the White House that they are also want this to wrap up and are trying to put together some kind of one stage, end this in one stage deal rather than a phase deal that was
Dan Fefferman, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to leave it there. We're just out of time now, but it was really interesting to have your insights and your thoughts. We appreciate your time. Dan Fefferman, co-editor of Middle East 24. Thank you. Let's continue this conversation now with Dr. Hanan Bulki, the WHO Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean. Dr. Hanan, what a pleasure to have you on the show. So we just heard there from Dan Fefferman, who is in Israel. What is your take on the current reality inside Gaza in regards to the aid and reported malnutrition? Because we just heard our former guest, and he was saying that aid is going in, but it's been stolen by Hamas, and the children that we see who are malnutritioned or starving have had former problems before.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. I think the situation in Gaza is way beyond the word catastrophe. It is catastrophic by every sense of this word. For almost 2 years, an entire population has been attacked, traumatized, displaced, and cut off from any kind of life-saving aid. The sewage is back flowing, safe water is hard to access, diseases are spreading extremely fast, and we have evidence for that through the surveillance and through the cases that we're seeing throughout those hospitals. Children are actually dying from hunger. Nowhere is safe in Gaza. Health workers and the humanitarian aid workers have been arrested, mistreated, humiliated. Our warehouse, the major warehouse for medical treatment has been attacked on the 21st of July. The level of deprivation is extremely high, nothing that we've seen in any of our previous countries. So the situation is extremely difficult. The fact that they're talking about, or any inclination that the health system or the health in Gaza was already weak, the reality is before October 7, the immunization rates in Gaza and the well-being of the children was among the best in the region. The Gazans are very well educated when it comes to understanding the need and the benefits of immunizations and good food nutrition. So what we're seeing today is because of the significant atrocities that are taking place on the ground, and the significant destruction of the infrastructure. I was in Gaza in July 2024, and it was already catastrophic. And right now it is way beyond description. Your second question on aid entering in, did I hear you right on that one? Was that your second part?
So I was just asking you because earlier I was speaking to Dan. I'm not sure if you heard my conversation, Dan Pfefferman, who is in Tel Aviv, and he was saying to me that when it comes to aid, Israel and the GHF are letting enough aid into the country, but Hamas are stealing that aid, and that is why people are starving. Do you agree with that? Do you think enough humanitarian aid is coming into the country and that it is being looted?
The reality is we need a minimum of 2,000 metric tons of food is needed on a daily basis. What is happening right now is not even a fraction of what is needed for the people on a daily basis. The healthcare facilities and what exists of the healthcare facilities, what is left of them, are seeing the different types of trauma from people at the food distribution sites that you are referring to, and they're coming back from those sites with significant traumas and injuries. So the reality is that there is not enough aid by any stretch of the imagination going into the strip of Gaza. Even the airdrops that are taking place today are barely going to support any of the needs of the Gazan people. The best way and the safest way and the most proven way where the food goes from the humanitarian aid entities through the UN system to the people who are needing it. Specifically for the medical aid going through the WHO and the UN partners goes from us directly to the healthcare facilities that are needing them. There has been no evidence that Hamas has taken or looted any of this food, nor of our medical products at this moment.
And right now, 27 countries have called the humanitarian crisis in Gaza unimaginable and say famine is unfolding before our very eyes. And you just painted a picture for me about how catastrophic and desperate the situation is. What needs to happen immediately to stop this crisis from getting any worse? Who needs to put the pressure on Israel to open up these aid distribution sites and these corridors? You know, why are these people not just getting what they need?
I think in previous interviews I've mentioned this also. We need the humanitarian aid corridors to be opened immediately, the ground corridors to be opened immediately. We need to protect the civilians, the health workers, the humanitarian workers, and the journalists, of course. As you said, I did hear part of your interview with the previous guests, and it's absolutely right. We do not have enough journalism on the ground to give the reality on the ground. We need the cooperation of the United States of America and the government of Israel to support the UN system and the humanitarian aid to continue to go in the way we were meant. We are a member state organization. Israel, the United States, and 194 countries around the world are member states for the UN, and they sit in our governing bodies, in our World Health Assemblies, and in our executive board meetings. We are an organization that serves all member states. All civilians, all humans around the world is our priority. And the people in Gaza today is our priority. The people who were hijacked, we want all of them who were detained or taken or however we're going to classify them, they all need to be released. The hostages need to be released. The corridors need to be opened. The member states need to have these discussions. We are a member state organization. We serve our member states, including the state of Israel, including the United States of America. So it is the member states and specifically the US and specifically the government of Israel that needs to help the UN do their job and do it well.
Dr. Hanan Bolki, WHO Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean, thank you so much for taking the time to join the show. Now, the National Guard have appeared on the streets of Washington, D.C. after President Donald Trump deployed the troops to the Capitol earlier this week. 800 are expected in the city, as well as 500 federal law enforcement agents. Armed vehicles have also been seen at popular tourist sites. Trump says crime in the area is out of control, a statement opposed by the city's mayor, Muriel Bowser, who has called the deployment an authoritarian push. Let's go live to Delaware now to speak to former Trump chair, Rob Artlett. Rob, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us again. So, National Guard troops have mobilized in Washington, D.C. after President Trump's executive order. Armored vehicles have been spotted at urban centers and also tourist sites. So, Rob, tell me what's behind all of this.
It's always a pleasure to be with you and your audience, though, so thank you for the opportunity. Quite simply, President Trump is the president of peace and the president of prosperity. And that doesn't mean it's anything other than just that. He's focused on the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. He is focused where the White House is located. He's focused on the crime statistics. And at the end of the day, yes, D.C. can make the claim that violent crime is down, but there are disputes with that. So at the end of the day, why should President Trump mobilize the National Guard legally to ensure the safeguard of the people of the city? So for me, I think it's common sense. Why shouldn't they all work together to achieve the goal of having safer streets for the people? I don't get why any Democrat or any Republican or any American would not warrant this so long as it is being done legally, and I think that's what matters here.
President Trump said Washington had been taken over by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, as well as drugged-out maniacs and homeless people. But, Rob, he told a very different story back in May. Just take a listen to what he did have to say.
Crime is down in Washington, D.C. Street crime, violent crime by 25%. And people have seen, they've noticed a big difference.
There we are. So, Rob, what's your reaction to that extremely different message coming from Donald Trump saying violent crime in D.C. is down 25%, and data from Washington's D.C. Metropolitan Police and the FBI show there was a drop in violent crime in the city last year? So I guess my question to you is Trump conjuring up a hellish picture to really flex his military might?
Not at all. I think what's different between then, when President Trump made those comments, to now is facts. And what I mean by that, there is a D.C. Metro Police leader who stepped down because of the allegations of him cooking the books, lowering the reality, lowering the statistics to make D.C. look safer. At the same time, you also have the police chief, I should say the union leader of the police, Metro Police in Washington, D.C. This is the union leader who also doubts the statistics that are coming from the D.C. mayor and the council members. So for me, it's just more information that the president now has that perhaps leads to his belief that the city is not as safe as they could be and should be, which is exactly why he's augmented the National Guard. So to me, it's more information, new information that's more relevant in the decision-making that he's done here.
OK, and 23 people were arrested by federal agents on Monday night in the U.S. Capitol. Caroline Levitt said this is only the beginning. So a lot of people are asking the question, which cities are next? And is the U.S. becoming authoritarian?
Well, no. Again, President Trump has the legal authority to do this only in the Washington, D.C. district. I don't think he has the authority to do it in other cities. D.C. is a little bit different. It is not a state. There is, as you know, it's a quasi, federal jurisdiction as well as it's a city. But the federal government has a lot of power in the city of D.C. because it is just that. It is not a state. And so I think he would have a harder time doing that in other cities. But again, I'll get back to my original point. Why can't all forms of government work together to safeguard the people? So anybody should welcome the federal help if it's warranted and if it's legal to safeguard the streets. Look, there are 23 now criminals that are now off the streets because of President Trump and mobilizing of these federal guards versus the day before that. So that's good, isn't it? Isn't it good to get the criminals off of the streets? So I think we all should welcome the opportunity for this to happen, so long as it's being done legal. And I always put that as a caveat. It's got to be done legal per the Constitution. And so if he has the ability to do it, then do it. Let's do that.
And Rob, I just want to turn to another topic that every single news channel has been covering, and it's going to be huge on the agenda on Friday. And you know what that is. It's Putin and Donald Trump. Of course, they're due to meet in Alaska in just a couple of days' time. Now, do you think Trump is listening to Europe and Ukraine ahead of this summit?
Yes, I think he is. At the same time, we also know President Trump just had two leaders in the Middle East, if you would, to the north of Iran, just do a treaty, right? Just a couple of days ago there in the White House. And I think that is a precursor to his meeting on Friday. President Trump is a deal maker. He's creating a leverage. He's putting Iran in a box. He's also, I would say, surrounding the wagons around Russia and China. And so I think these are all pieces of the puzzle that President Trump is placing forward to create leverage with Putin as it relates to peace. Again, my first comment when I came on to your show here is that President Trump is the president of peace, and he is the president of prosperity. That goes beyond the U.S. borders. That is his focus around the world, to include Russia, to include Ukraine, to include the Middle East. So he's very focused on bringing peace and prosperity, not only here in America, but around the world.
Rob Artlett, former Trump chair, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much. South Korea's former First Lady has been arrested. Kim Kin-hee faces accusations of corruption, which she does deny. Kim is waiting for the results of the ruling at a detention centre. Her husband, the former President Yoon Suk-yeol, is also currently behind bars in a separate case. Yenna Lee has all the details.
It's unprecedented. South Korea's former First Lady and former President are both in custody at the same time, the former following in the footsteps of the latter, but for different reasons. Earlier this month, outside a Seoul courthouse, Kim Gun-hee promised to cooperate with prosecutors.
I am truly sorry that a nobody like me has caused concern to the people. I will cooperate faithfully with the investigation.
Now she's been arrested on 3 corruption charges involving stock market manipulation, bribery and influence peddling, accusations she denies. It's her taste for luxury that has contributed to her downfall. She was seen wearing a Van Cleef diamond pendant at a NATO summit, a jewel she had never declared to the authorities. Kim claimed it was counterfeit, but a construction company has admitted to gifting it to her. Prosecutors are also looking into a high-end watch as well as shoes and bags. While it's not a crime to buy such goods, they suspect she received them and offered deals or access to political power in return. For now, investigators have convinced judges of the risk of evidence tampering, which means Kim will spend her first night in jail on Wednesday at a detention center in the capital, Seoul. Meanwhile, her husband, Yoon Suk-yeol, has already spent around 3 months behind bars. He's on trial over his failed attempt to impose martial law. He faces charges of insurrection, which he denies. The presidential couple had a tumultuous time in power. President Yoon's popularity dropped, not just for his controversial policies, but also his wife's scandals. The First Lady's stock price rigging accusations cast a shadow throughout his presidency, as did a video of her allegedly accepting a Dior handbag from a pastor. While he was in power, Yoon vetoed investigations into his wife, but since his fall from grace, both are under scrutiny. Yenna Lee, Al Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. European leaders and Zelensky speak to President Trump, asking him for security guarantees for Ukraine ahead of his summit with Vladimir Putin. The New Zealand Prime Minister says Netanyahu has lost the plot as 27 countries believe famine in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. And troops on the streets of D.C. The National Guard are deployed to the capital as Trump argues violent crime is out of control. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. The rail deal with Tom Burges Watson will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Coming up on Counterpoints, we're bringing you an exclusive interview with renowned global thinker Professor Jeffrey Sachs. We'll ask him how the world ended up in such a fractured state, with more global conflicts now than at any time since World War II. And perhaps more importantly, where do we go from here? Stay with us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Moving on now, the global management consultancy firm Arthur D. Little has just conducted a survey of 18 major Saudi banks. Well, the findings of this survey reveal that while the sector is progressing in many areas, there are some challenges. Well, let's find out more, and we can speak to Rezwan Shafiq, who is the principal at Financial Services of Arthur D. Little Middle East, who authored this report. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Rezwan. I wanted to start by asking you about what you discovered with your report and what it is that make the banking sector of Saudi Arabia different from banking sectors in other countries.
Thanks for having me, Tom. The Saudi banking sector is different in a few ways. One of which is the spread between rural population of banking clients versus the cosmopolitan city-based hubs like Riyadh and Jeddah. They have very different needs, and as a result, the demand of their banks are materially different. What our survey found is that in both rural and city-based settings, you have a customer base that still want a significant portion of their interaction with their bank to be phygital in some way, shape, or form, meaning they want a digital experience, but they also have that relationship requirement with their banker. It's something that's very important to Saudis. Having said that, rural customer bases require a slightly different service in that they are less technologically advanced in terms of digital adoption. They are more reliant on banks, and financial literacy isn't quite as high as you would see in the cities. In the cities, however, you still have people that will say, no, I have a relationship with my bank and I really like that. And there are certain activities there, for example, wealth management, or even discussing a mortgage, that they are not quite yet comfortable in doing purely digitally. They want a part digital experience, perhaps to kick off a mortgage application digitally, but they still want and value the relationship that they've got with their banker, because I think there's a cultural difference in Saudi compared to other markets, which is business is done with a huge amount of trust rather than in a transactional manner.
Okay, Rizwan. I wanted to ask you, given that the majority of the population of Saudi Arabia seems to be pretty digitally savvy, pretty tech savvy, isn't it just a matter of time before Saudi Arabia becomes like other developed markets where people are altogether pretty comfortable online?
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. I think it is a matter of time. Having said that, if you look beyond Saudi Arabia and compare the digital banking market globally, there is a limit to what customers are willing to do digitally. So you're right. Saudi Arabia is probably more digitally savvy with a much younger general population than many other nations around the world. So they know how to do things digitally. They're very well aware of that. But there is a need for a hybrid model where certain discussions that they want to have cannot just be simply on an app. I'll give you an example, right? We found a significant percentage of our respondees for our survey, 35% above, actually prefer discussing their mortgages physically rather than going through an app. These are things that they perhaps find a little bit complicated. They're nervous about it, and what they really want is a human touch. And that's where the key aspect of high touch in a low touch environment really kicks in. And one of the things that you have to really think about as a bank is, how do I service that need of a customer wanting high touch, but leverage the low touch of digital banking?
Okay, Rizwan, that's really interesting. And I also wanted to ask you, how do you think Vision 2030 has been influencing the pace of change in the banking sector there in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's massively fast-tracked, the financial education, the digitization of Saudis, generally speaking, but specifically in the banking sector, is really turbocharged. The transition towards, financial literacy, but also digital adoption. Right? Will I see in 5 years' time an environment in Saudi Arabia where there is no banks on the high street? No, right? And I don't think that's the objective that banks should be going for, because that's what our survey is telling you, is that customers don't want that. What they want is continued focus on customer journey, and the banks have done a wonderful job actually in really thinking about customer centricity, hyper-personalization. There's more to do, but they've done quite a bit already. But what they're really suggesting to us via the survey is the back end needs to catch up to the front end. So they're very happy with a digital journey that they've got. Vision 2030, again, has accelerated many things, one of them being is digital readiness. But what they're really frustrated with is the back end, when you go into a bank or something goes wrong on the digital journey, hasn't quite caught up with the investment that they've made in customer friendliness on the app.
Okay, now, Rizwan, there are a couple of challenges that you outline in this Arthur D. Little report relating to the banking sector there in Saudi. There are a couple of them. One of them was workforce readiness. I wondered why you highlighted that. What's the issue there?
Yeah, it's a good segue from my last point. What we really did is we looked at the fact that Saudi Arabia has a really digitally savvy population, but adoption wasn't 100% or anywhere near close to it. So we said, well, what's going on? What's stopping these customers from basically just going full on digital banking? And And what's stopping the satisfaction rates, the net promoter scores, to be higher than they currently are across the board? And what we realize is, well, maybe something's going on in the banks as well as, you know, on the customer side. Maybe there's a disconnect between what the customers want and what the banks are giving, and vice versa, right? And the key point that we're highlighting in training is basically with the staff themselves that work in the banks. How digitally savvy are you? Right, so we know that the customers that they're dealing with are very savvy. We know that there's some great apps out there that's really making the digital journey wonderful. But then what happens in the back end is the tools required to give a seamless omni-channel experience for a client, which basically means that, hey, I can go to a web page, I can go to an app, I can go to a branch, and I'll have the same experience or the same level of experience. That's not really supported by the banks, where training is probably lacking a little, where the toolings are quite not there yet, and perhaps the investments in some areas on the technical support side hasn't really filtered through from the digital transformation journeys that banks have put in.
Okay, so that is the challenge of workforce readiness that you highlighted for us there. We won't go through all the challenges you highlight, but let's go to one more. System integration, something that you single out as being a challenge for the banking sector there in Saudi Arabia. How does that challenge manifest itself? What's the solution?
Yeah, it's a great point you picked up on. I mean, if I garnish that with an example, right? I start onboarding myself onto a digital platform and something goes wrong. Right, but so far I've got an online platform where my KYC is done, my ID checks are done in a very seamless fashion. I go into a branch and all of a sudden I need 3 years of bank statements, or, you know, it's a proof of address in a very old-fashioned way, if you like, right? So that suggests that the integration of systems that have been embedded into the front end does not represent the same systems that are in the back end when you walk into a branch. A branch customer services representative cannot see what's been happening in the app. And what that basically leads to is a fragmentation of a user experience, right? What they want is a seamless journey, no matter what channel that they're using, no matter what channel that they're communicating with the bank with. And they need to be live, they need to talk to each other, and they need to be up to date in where the customer is within that bank's ecosystem.
Okay, Rizwan. I mean, you carried out a survey on 18 major banks there in Saudi Arabia. I'm just wondering, out of the 18, were there some that stood out as being exemplary, did you find?
No, there was a few. Absolutely. There are a few that have done some, that are further ahead on the user experience side. There were a few that were further ahead on the branch side, as an experience side, if you like, right? But I think what the point that we in ADL are promoting is that we have to think about banking in a different way. It's not just, are you a really good digital bank, or do you have a really good digital experience, or do you have a really good branch experience? You have to have both. So what we're promoting is, a hub and spoke model where you really look at the purpose of a branch, right? And think about, okay, how can I service the needs of the clients that I have today, but also will have tomorrow. So it's that whole hybrid model of, yes, the clients want digital experiences that are wonderful, but they also equally want certain things in branch that are actually quite different to what they use the digital apps for. And at the moment, I don't think we've seen anyone really stand out on all aspects, which is where the opportunity lies.
Okay, what were the report's main recommendations then for the Saudi banking sector as a whole?
Yeah, I won't go through all of them. There was a few, of course. I think the top three is, one, we have to look at the back-end infrastructure and make sure that it's seamless with the front-end apps, right? So we have to have integration. We have to leverage the same systems of front and back, right? So the customer gets the same experience and the customer feels that the bank is in command of their data, command of their account, command of their user experience. The second, I think, is when it comes to the bank employees themselves. we would really highly recommend training and investment in making sure that the digital savviness that we expect of our customers are also replicated internally into the bank, that they have the right tools to service their customers, and they feel confident digitally that they can have a very robust conversation with their clients when there's a problem. And I guess third is marrying all that together. Look at branches differently. And digital isn't a panacea to get rid of branches. Your customers still want branches, but how they use the branch versus what you're providing in branches perhaps needs to be looked at with a fresh pair of eyes.
Okay, Rizwan, lastly, any quick fixes?
Quick fixes are always hard. It's always on a case-by-case basis. I would say, to be honest, that training your staff, I think, is relatively a low-hanging fruit, right? They are really interested in servicing their clients incredibly well, but perhaps haven't had the training and the investments of time to basically marry these big, large programs that most banks have done on the digital user journey side, right, with their day job. So I think that's quite a low-hanging fruit that I think every bank should consider. If they're not already doing it, why not?
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed to you, Rizwan Shafiq. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us here on Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to a special edition of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We're bringing you an exclusive interview on this episode as we strive to put these uncertain times into some sort of global context. The 2025 Global Peace Index found there are 59 active state-based conflicts currently raging, the most since the end of World War II. Almost 80 countries are engaged in conflicts beyond their own borders, a worrying indication of geopolitical fragmentation. So to analyse how we got here and, perhaps more importantly, to advise how best we can move forward, I am honoured to say we're joined by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, world-renowned economics professor and thinker who serves as director of the Centre for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. Professor Sachs, welcome to Counterpoints.
My great delight. Thank you so much.
I want to begin on the bigger picture to start off our conversation. You've spoken and written at length about our new multipolar world order. How significant is this redistribution of power that we're witnessing?
Very significant. What's happening now is a once-in-many-century event, actually. The Western-led world, the European imperial world, followed by the U.S. imperial world, has basically become a truly multipolar world in the last quarter century. By that, I mean that a world that was dominated by Europe and the United States for centuries is now a world in which China, India, the Gulf countries, even Africa getting its act together with the African Union is becoming a world in which power is dispersed, in which many parts of the world are achieving rapid economic progress, and in which, therefore, the geopolitical pecking order, if you will, is changing enormously. Not every country understands this well. My own, the United States, lives anachronistically. It tends to think a little bit in the past that this is still the U.S.-led world, that the President of the United States can bark orders, demand this of Russia, demand this of China, demand this of India, demand this of Brazil, but it doesn't work that way anymore. So we have entered multipolarity, several great powers, many regional powers. We don't have an exclusive hold by one or two or three countries on the leading technologies, though it is true that the U.S. and China tend to dominate still on the innovation side. But technologies are being used worldwide, countries are catching up, and the geopolitical order is therefore changing.
How do you think the US has maybe reacted or fallen into line with this redistribution?
The U.S. lives in the past. It believes in its heart of hearts, and when I say the U.S., I mean the political class. I mean Washington. Thinks the U.S. still runs the show. President Trump, for example, believes that the U.S. market is the be-all and end-all of the world economy, and so it's his leverage point for everything, based on access to the U.S. market that he individually grants or deprives other countries of. He thinks that he can get his way geopolitically. He's coming step by step to understand it doesn't quite work that way. When he imposed punitive tariffs on China, China said, okay, we'll match you and we'll slow the export of rare earths, materials, magnets, and so forth, nearly bringing the U.S. auto industry to a standstill. The U.S. quickly blinked and backed down from that confrontation. Now the U.S. has punitively put an extra 25% tariffs on India. India announced soon afterwards, well, it's canceling military orders from the United States, and Prime Minister Modi is meeting with President Xi Jinping shortly. The world is a much more interesting place than the Truth Social blasts would lead us to believe.
How successful, or maybe unsuccessful, do you think this redistribution has been on a global scale? And what kind of challenges lie ahead as international powers recalibrate to it?
The rhetoric that I use is that we have arrived at multipolarity, but not at multilateralism. And the distinction that I'm trying to make is that multipolarity means that power is dispersed in a number of places, but multilateralism means we have rules of the road, we have an understanding, we have international law. This is not working right now. In fact, as this multipolarity has spread, I would say that the effectiveness of the United Nations has diminished. And I work at the United Nations. I love the United Nations. I think the UN is critical for the world's future. But it's paralyzed. The U.S. vetoes what it doesn't like. The UN itself is struck by the U.S. non-payment of dues, and not just the U.S., other countries as well, even though the budget is tiny by any standard of comparison or relative to what the UN should be having as its budget in order to carry out its functions.
Do you think it needs a restructure in that case? So is it still fit for purpose? Or does it need to be scrapped and start again?
Well, we don't need to scrap it, but I think that the right description is UN 2.0. This is the 80th anniversary of the UN. We need an upgrade. It's time for a new model. Not scrapping things. By the way, if we scrap things, they're not going to be rebuilt right now. The U.S. is not in a building mode at all. It is in a tearing down mode. But we have an effective base, but we don't have the details right. We need to reform the UN Security Council. We need to change the veto. We need to change the funding of the UN. We need to actually change the locations of the UN. Yes, headquarters could stay on the East River, but there should be a major campus in China. There should be a major campus in India. There could be a major campus in Riyadh. There could be a major campus in Africa. This is a worldwide organization, after all. We're not in the U.S.-led world anymore. So
elaborate on that for us. Why do you think that there should be a UN campus, say in Riyadh, say in China? How would that improve the current situation?
Two things. One is that it would give a sense of local ownership and responsibility to this multilateral international venture. Right now, I love the fact that the UN is a few blocks from my house in New York City. But the truth is that people in China should say, yeah, of course we have the UN. We have a major center. I'm advocating a major center on climate and the energy transition in China because China's leading on that. Each region of the world should feel, yes, we have a piece of this. This is our institution. It's not a U.S. preserve. The U.S. was the creator of the UN, no doubt. Franklin Roosevelt, I'd give him, more than 50% of the overall credit. He was a genius. He was our greatest leader. But now in a multipolar world, we actually need a multi-campus UN as well, in my view. The second reason is the U.S. should not be able to dictate terms anymore. It tries to, but it can't really. The U.S. is 4.1% of the world population. The U.S. is about 12% of the world trading system. The U.S. is maybe 14% of world output measured at so-called purchasing power prices. It's not enough to lead the world. It's not enough to claim to lead the world.
So do you think then that the centre of gravity is shifting, economically at least, maybe diplomatically? Is it shifting eastwards, towards Asia, towards the Middle East, in that sort of regard?
The centre of gravity of the world population and the world economy for millennia was Asia. And Asia had 60 to 70% of the world population and roughly a comparable share of the world economy. And that was true as recently as the beginning of the 19th century, say the year 1800. It was the Industrial Revolution and these recent 2 centuries that changed that, especially from 1800 to 1950. Asia went into a steep absolute and relative decline. Absolute because Asia became colonized by Britain across the Gulf region, across Central Asia, across India, the Indian subcontinent. China was brought effectively under European imperial threat or actual control on the coastline. Very few countries resisted the European industrial imperialism. To my count, that came to an end at the end of World War II. Europe was exhausted by 2 world wars. It did not have the moral, financial, economic, military, or technological capacity to maintain its imperialism. But the United States partly took over. And so the U.S. tried to maintain this. It became called Western dominance, not European imperialism. And the U.S. led that roughly until the year 2000. Now we're really multipolar. I think we can thank China for the biggest breakthrough that occurred. This giant, Napoleon said, when China awakes, the world will know it. The world knew it. This is the single biggest geopolitical change in the world. But it's not just China. It's all over the world. Every place I travel, and that's nonstop traveling, countries are at the cutting edge of technology right now. Mm-hmm. They're thinking very creatively. They're incorporating robotics, AI. I took a wonderful tour in Dubai recently of all of the AI advances in Dubai. But you'd find that in many places in the world. This is now really a world community, not dominated by any one place or any one country, but we don't have the mindset yet, the rules of the road, the self-restraint. I start with my own country. I want the U.S. to respect Russia, to respect China, to stop making threats, and to stop thinking that the U.S. can call the shots.
You have said that we are living in times of extraordinary instability and extraordinary danger. To your mind, who or what is to blame for that?
There are several things that are happening. We're in an age of generalized disruption. First is the geopolitical change that I've just said. Second is the technological revolutions that are interconnected but distinct. We have the nuclear age. We've had the biotechnology revolution. We have the AI revolution. Each of these are technologies of enormous power for good and enormous potential for destruction as well. I happen to think it would take us in a long digression, but I happen to believe on the basis of extensive evidence that the COVID pandemic came out of a laboratory. I actually think it came out of an American laboratory, but that's a long story. But that it was a bioengineered virus. Let me put it this way. I think the evidence is quite strong on that, but even if it's not true, it could have come out of a lab because we have technologies now that are so powerful that you can make worldwide pathogens. Who controls that? Nobody. Don't believe it's under control. So that's another reason for massive destabilization, is the technological destabilization. And when the U.S. Soviet so-called bipolar world created, it wasn't stable and it wasn't peaceful because there were wars all over the periphery, let's say, not between the two countries directly, but there was a certain structure to the world, happy or unhappy, it was structured. There's a lot less structure now. There are 9 nuclear-armed countries in the world. That's a lot. The relations among them are not good. They're not clear. And the nuclear arms control framework has broken down, by the way. The United States led the breakdown. It abandoned one of the pillars of that framework in 2002 when it unilaterally walked out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty. So we don't have a shared understanding of the scene right now. And then in Washington, I have to be clear and truthful about it. The United States talks as if Russia and China are just open enemies. This is a horrendously wrong idea.
I'm going to come to Russia and China a bit more specifically further in our conversation. But before we get there, I want to turn our attentions to the Middle East. You don't have to...
Could I mention one more factor before we get there?
Sure.
Because I shouldn't forget it, and it's what I do for a daily life, and that's the environmental crisis. The environmental crisis is a side effect of the economic success of the last 2 centuries. We use resources to an extent that's absolutely unimaginable, hundreds-fold compared to 2 centuries ago. And it turned out, bad luck, really bad luck, that carbon dioxide, which comes from burning fossil fuels, of course, has what we call quantum mechanical properties of absorbing heat, of absorbing infrared radiation, and therefore contributing to global warming. It's just a chemical fact. It's not an ideological fact. It's a chemical fact. So we have massive environmental crises, water, heat waves, droughts, floods, rising sea levels, biodiversity loss. Oh my God, how many governments are really prepared for that?
It does create a very unstable time.
Zero is a little bit of an exception, but they're not ready for this. The U.S. is in denial. Many other governments are in denial. So this is just another factor of disruption, because you have these super sophisticated societies, and then suddenly nature shows, oh, you're not so sophisticated as you think. Look at the pictures in the recent days of Hong Kong in massive flooding, because they had a torrential rainfall that is unexperienced for, I think it's, for more than a century. And that's because of warming waters that add to convection and add to precipitation. And this is happening all over the world. So this is another matter of disruption. Now, if we were smart, we'd all sit down and say, God, these wars are so stupid. We better focus on cooperating on the areas of real danger to us. But unfortunately, politics is not so rational.
Politics gets in the way. If we turn our minds to Israel, Gaza, making headlines, unfortunately, on a daily basis, we're hearing a fair bit in the previous days of international condemnation of Israel's new plan to occupy Gaza, but not really seeing a lot of action. How would you characterise the current situation and the world's reaction to it?
Well, Israel is a rogue state. It's committing a genocide before our eyes. 2 million people are being starved right now, and it absolutely has to stop. One reason it doesn't stop is that the United States is utterly complicit in this. The United States finances Israel, the United States arms Israel, and the United States blocks action in the UN Security Council. So this is a U.S.-Israel operation. Intolerable, illegal, profoundly evil in its ways, because it's killing tens of thousands of people before our eyes. Now, what to do? What to do with this new announcement that Israel is going to occupy Gaza is, I would hope, that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France, as the co-conveners of the implementation of the two-state solution, which reported out to the UN General Assembly at the end of July, together, that's President Macron, the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, would together say this is unacceptable and it's not going to happen. It would tell the United States, you cannot be complicit in this. Israel must not move. This would not be an unpopular opinion. All over the world, there's condemnation. But we must move directly to the implementation of the two-state solution now, and no more of Israel's genocidal actions or occupation and so on. So condemnation is not enough. We need a clear set of actions. I do believe that France and Saudi Arabia should take the lead on this, because they're the co-chairs of implementing the two-state solution.
Undoubtedly, though, when it gets to the floor of the UN, the US is going to do what it's always done and veto any vote on the establishment of a Palestinian state. Why do you think? Why does the US insist on that veto? What's behind it?
Well, I think there are two issues. One, the vote should only be in the UN General Assembly right now. The U.S. does not have a veto. A vote in the General Assembly would show that 185 of the 193 member states of the UN, with a population of 95% of the world, is calling for immediate action and that Israel must not occupy the General Assembly. So the Security Council should consider it, but this is a matter for the UN General Assembly, where the U.S. does not have a veto. I would suggest that the Arab League have a practical plan. We will put in security. We will take the emergency relief operations underway We will take the hostages from Hamas so that they are in safety. We will demand that Israel release the 3,000 plus hostages that it has in administrative detention, no less than that. So I think that the Arab League should actually step forward in a very practical, operational way right now and make clear that the Arab League will support the Palestinian Authority to take the responsibility in Gaza and that Israel must get out of this because genocide is enough. We've seen enough. No more. And the condemnations now need to be followed by a practical action. And the United States needs to be told in no uncertain terms, no, you are not going to be complicit in Israel's occupation of Gaza. I believe that this can work. Now, why does the U.S. do this? I have to tell you, I've watched this for decades. It is a mystery to some extent why the U.S. is so controlled, it seems, by the Israel agenda. Of course, there are many answers that are given. One is the Israel lobby, is AIPAC, is the big money involved in campaign contributions. No doubt, part of that's true. Part of it is the uniqueness of 45 or 50 million American Protestant evangelicals who base their foreign policy ideas on biblical lines, obscure and more than 2,000 years old. This is true of America. Very strange, but absolutely true. There are multiple claims that many American leaders are blackmailed. This is the whole Epstein fury. Who knows? But it's not far-fetched. We know that the CIA and Mossad has worked closely together for decades. For decades. This is not a new relationship. But I tell you, even if you follow this hour to hour, day by day, it is a bit of a mystery because we have a genocide underway. And even with all of this, America should be able to figure out, no more. This is intolerable. This goes far beyond anything remotely acceptable. And the fact of the matter is the American people have figured this out. They used to be very pro-Israel. Now they're pro-Palestinian, roughly by a 2-to-1 ratio. But the political class still hones to this give Netanyahu anything agenda. But the whole rest of the world has moved beyond this.
But they've moved beyond it maybe in words, but when we see how diplomacy has failed to negotiate a ceasefire on this, you've spoken about why maybe America is hamstrung, but on a global scale, why are Israel's traditional allies also hamstrung? Why does the Western world in particular seem powerless to put some actual actions into the words that they've been saying?
Well, don't depend on the so-called West. This is the first point. The West, as I've said, is experiencing the end of its centuries of domination. Psychologically, the U.S. is in the worst shape because it's the most unrealistic, but Europe is in bad shape also. Now, it's true. Even in Europe, we're seeing, in Britain, amazingly, in Germany, which said it won't send military to Israel that could be used in Gaza. Of course, in France, saying that they'll recognize the state of Palestine. We're seeing some glimmers, but we're past the Western world. It's time, really, honestly, with all respect for the Arab world, to lead right now on this issue. And for the Arab countries led by Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia clearly has the geopolitical lead on the Palestinian issue right now, to say no occupation. And to mobilize France for that, because France is the co-chair of this implementation, mobilize the UN operations, mobilize the UN General Assembly. But also one thing that's needed in politics is a specific plan of action. Here is what's going to happen this week, next week, the next week, the next week. This cannot be left to the U.S. This can't be left to anybody. It has to be proposed now. I would say, starting with the KSA, but really with the Arab League, this is an Arab responsibility for Gaza. We will help to stabilize the situation. Israel must leave, according to the voice of the international community, the International Court of Justice, and basic human truth and decency. Get out and stop starving 2 million people.
Just a few days ago, I spoke to a senior Hamas official on this program, and he rejected calls for Hamas to disarm, given the current humanitarian situation there. Do you think Hamas should disarm and leave Gaza in order to execute a ceasefire deal that has been on the table for far too long now?
I think that Hamas should disarm and leave Gaza in the context of implementing the two-state solution unambiguously, with Gaza being taken over in security terms by an Arab group under the Arab League in support of the Palestinian Authority. Yes, but not just a U.S. ceasefire. U.S. is so dishonest. It is the most dishonest broker in this. It has nothing but Israel in its intentions. So for Hamas to say, well, no, that doesn't make sense, that makes sense. But if the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation say to Hamas, we are implementing the two-state solution and we are ending the Israeli detention of more than 3,000 people in administrative detention, and we are taking over the humanitarian aid, not this murderous operation of the U.S., which is not humanitarian, it is murder at these food points. We're doing it as the Arab League. We are doing it as the OIC. Then I would say, yes, this is the right answer, because then we're going to have a solution to this issue that's a real solution, not an American phony solution, not an Israeli dominance solution.
If we turn our attentions, unfortunately, to the other global conflict that we report on daily, Russia-Ukraine, the stage is set for a meeting between US President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart. Should we expect some sort of breakthrough, especially when you bear in mind this back and forth relationship we've seen between President Trump scolding President Zelensky, befriending Putin, and now back and forth? How do you see this playing out?
What's happening, I think, it's very confusing, but what's happening is I think that Trump and part of the American political class would like to end the war, stop the NATO enlargement, stop the provocations that led to this war. And another part of the American political class, the CIA, the military-industrial complex, most of the Congress, would like to continue the war. And Trump's job as a president is to lead. But he hasn't led. He's been like that twisting weather vane. Like you say, some weeks it looks good, other weeks it looks bad. A president of the United States has the major job of leading. What we miss in the United States is any public politics about this. Trump says nothing to the American people. He explains nothing. And vis-a-vis Russia, I know privately they say, yeah, NATO's a provocation, but publicly they don't say that. It's just like Gaza. When the United States doesn't say two states, okay, then you know that they're not going to be able to settle anything. And in Ukraine, until President Trump says publicly, NATO will not enlarge, this war will continue. Well, he doesn't want to say it. There's a political cost to it. But damn it, if I may say so, that's his job. That's the job of a president, to stand up and explain what's really needed. the way to end this war is to say publicly, NATO enlargement was a mistake, it was a provocation, it was a threat to Russia's security. By the way, not just from Russia's perspective, exactly if Russia said, we're going to set up a military base in Mexico, the United States would say no. So the U.S. saying, we're going to set up a military base in Ukraine, of course Russia says no. So the job of the president is to be clear on this. Trump, for whatever reason, because he doesn't understand it or because of the constellation of politics around him, has not been clear. Now, there's this meeting coming up. Who knows? I hope that the meeting is based on Stephen Witkoff having said to President Putin, we understand that we're going to get to the root cause of this, and then President Putin saying, okay, then we'll have a meeting. I hope that's what's happened. We'll find out soon enough. President Trump continues to threaten these sanctions against Russia. Can sanctions on Moscow ever work? And have they been an effective lever so far in this conflict? They will not work. They will drive the BRICS countries closer together. They will, yes, divide the world. They will boomerang on everybody. The sanctions not only do not work, they're a lose-lose proposition for the world because trade is actually a good thing. Europe is the biggest loser, by the way, not Russia. Europe pays multiples for its energy, carried as LNG from the United States, for God's sake, because the U.S. blew up a pipeline of cheap gas coming from Russia. Okay, this is ridiculous. And Europe let that happen for its misconceived geopolitical reasons. But in any event, these sanctions cannot work. All right, let's keep your economist hat on. Let's talk tariffs then, in the US in particular. Will President Trump's tariffs make America rich again? No. And if one looks at all of the claims and all of the statements about rebuilding American manufacturing employment in the U.S. has been flat for a decade. And it's going to go down because of AI, because the factories are becoming robotic, AI-driven factories everywhere in the world. I was just in a cutting-edge factory in China, in the solar sector. It was a massive, massive operation. There were almost no workers in it. It was robots the entire way and AI systems monitoring the process with a few dozen workers scattered in this massive cavernous factory. So Trump's idea that he's going to solve an employment problem or recreate jobs, the jobs aren't in China. They're nowhere right now. They're robots. And what Trump is doing is disrupting the existing supply chains that exist. America's not going to be a great shipbuilding industry in the future. By the way, America under Trump is committing a kind of suicide in the auto sector because China's already the world leader in electric vehicles for the next decade to come. And Trump says, I have no interest in that sector. Well, that's the future of the automotive sector, and Trump is uninterested in it. So none of this is really going to work. It's just disruption. All right, so we've talked Russia sanctions and a little bit on US tariffs. If we flick our minds back to Russia, you've said that this conflict could have been avoided multiple times. What do you think was the biggest missed opportunity here? Well, the biggest single missed opportunity was April 2022, because there was a draft agreement on the table. One can even find it online. It still had some contested points, but the U.S. swooped in and told the Ukrainians, don't sign that, fight on. We've got your back. Don't accept neutrality. So that was the most immediate moment when the treaty was right there to end the war. But you can go back step by step by step. In December 2021, President Putin, on the 15th of December 2021, put on the table a draft U.S.-Russia security agreement. I spoke to the White House at that point. I said, negotiate. This is a good agreement. It was based on NATO non-enlargement. They wouldn't negotiate. Missed opportunity. If you go back 4 years before that, there was the Minsk II agreement. The idea of the Minsk II agreement is end the conflict by giving autonomy, not territorial sovereignty or annexation to Russia, but just autonomy within Ukraine to the eastern Donbas region, to Donetsk and Lugansk. The U.S. wouldn't support it. It told Ukraine, ignore it, even though it was a treaty that Ukraine had signed and that was backed by the UN Security Council. Go back to February 2014. What is the U.S. doing helping to lead a coup against a president of Ukraine? Guaranteed trouble. They shouldn't have done that. Go back to 1994 when Bill Clinton got the very bad idea from his advisors and from the deep state to expand NATO all the way to Georgia and Ukraine. So this is a long-term project of the military-industrial complex gone awry. I have come to this cliche, which I find true. The U.S. plays poker, Russia plays chess, China plays Go. Poker is an interesting game. It's a series of short hands, and it's based on a lot of bluffing. And the U.S. has been bluffing all along, up until this week, that you must end unilateral ceasefire now. These are bluffs. This is poker playing. But the U.S. has had a terrible hand, and it's losing the pot.
We're almost out of time, but I just want to get in a couple of US questions before we wrap up, particularly about the White House. We've seen a lot of executive orders being signed in this administration, I think more than ever before.
By far.
What's your take on that? And is the US political system okay? Is it at risk?
No, it's broken completely. It's not a constitutional system. Trump's tariffs are the purview of Congress under Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. Congress has the authority, the explicit and only authority, to levy duties. But Trump asserted that. There is a court case right now. The lower court said Trump does not have the authority just to declare an emergency and then remake the U.S. trading system. And now it's in the appellate court. And in the hearings in the appellate court a few days ago, the judges were very skeptical of the U.S. position, of the U.S. government position, that is the Trump position. So the appellate court is likely to rule that the whole Trump emergency decrees on tariffs is unconstitutional. Then it will go to the Supreme Court. This is really the crux of the matter. The Supreme Court is the ultimate arbiter of the U.S. Constitution. It is filled with the Trump appointees. Whether they hand over the keys of the kingdom to King Donald or not is really going to be the ultimate determinant of whether we maintain our constitutional order or not.
With that in mind, with who is pulling the strings, is the US becoming an oligarchy? Are we seeing rich tech bros front and center in the White House? Are they pulling the strings?
The U.S. Is an oligarchy. It's long been an oligarchy. It's just a question of which oligarchs. So in the 1950s, the famous expression was, what's good for General Motors is good for the United States. The auto industry was the big thing. I would say in the 1970s to 1990s, the U.S. oil industry was the dominant sector because that was American security. Because underlying oligarchy is the security issue always. Now, the security, according to the Pentagon, depends on AI systems. The Pentagon doesn't produce AI. The tech oligarchs produce AI. So the Pentagon is actually making mega contracts with Musk, with Peter Thiel, with all of the tech industry. In turn, the tech industry put Trump into the White House with its big financial backing. So this is the temporary oligarchy. But I think it's right. American politics was corrupted many decades ago. It's just an interesting question. Who are the main corruptors each period?
Well, if we, just to wrap up on the rich puppet masters, if we can call them that, your thoughts on should billionaires be allowed to exist?
Yeah, billionaires can be allowed to exist, of course, because they make big companies and they can have a constructive role in the world. But their wealth should become a part of the public patrimony in the following generations. We should not have built up dynasties which rule the world. And basically, the billionaires, some of them say they're going to give away half their wealth. What do you need? For the other 100 billion, you're going to keep it for yourself? No, thank you. So I think, first of all, we should have a system in which our age of abundance allows everybody to live decently. We don't have zakat in the United States. We have the poor are on their own. That's all. And that is a horrendous system. We don't have billionaires of responsibility. And what we certainly should not have is the government for sale. So you could have billionaires, but government's not for sale. The U.S. government's for sale. It should stop being for sale.
You've been incredibly generous with your time. We appreciate your illuminating responses. It's been a very interesting and candid interview. Thanks so much for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Absolutely my pleasure.
Jeffrey Sachs, world-renowned economics professor and thinker who serves as the director of the Centre of Sustainable Development at Columbia University. Sir, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints.
My great honor and pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us for that special episode of Counterpoints for our exclusive one-on-one interview with Professor Jeffrey Sachs. You can, of course, follow us on YouTube, on social media, on X and on TikTok to follow all our latest debates. Thanks for your company.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. Well over 600 million people live in landlocked countries with only land borders and no direct access to ocean trade routes. For many landlocked countries, their location makes them particularly vulnerable to border conflicts, climate change, trade tariffs, such as those recently imposed by US President Donald Trump, and anything that affects the global supply chain. That's why the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has joined leaders of almost 40 nations here in Turkmenistan to address the challenges faced by landlocked developing countries. The event, the UN's third conference on the issue, and known as the LLDC 3, focuses on creating a 10-year plan mapping out a path to prosperity for those hampered by their geographic position in the world.
I believe this conference can be an historic landmark. The problems of landlocked developing countries have until now been largely ignored in the global debate, Let's put it in the center of the map of our concerns of reform of the international economic and financial architecture. Thank you very much.
The four-day LLDC3 conference drew almost 6,000 participants from 103 countries as far afield as Australia and Canada. It was attended by 16 heads of state or government, 3 vice presidents, more than 100 ministers, a similar number of members of parliament, and nearly 500 NGOs. The European Union, China, India, Russia, and Saudi Arabia were among those sending delegations to Turkmenistan's coastal resort of Avaza. At a time when conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza are high on the agenda of the UN Secretary General, the presence of Antonio Guterres in Turkmenistan clearly indicated his commitment to the plight of landlocked developing countries.
We gather today to reaffirm a fundamental truth. Geography should never define destiny. Yet, for the 32 landlocked developing countries across Africa, Asia, Europe, and South America, geography too often limits development opportunities and entrenches inequality.
But the Secretary General had an optimistic message. He talked about converting geographical barriers into bridges.
But this conference is not about obstacles. It is about solutions. It is about launching a new decade of ambition through the AWASA Programme of Action and its deliverables, and fully unlocking the development potential of landlocked developing countries. The United Nations is proud to stand with you in this effort.
As the president of the host nation, Turkmenistan, President Serdar Berdimuhamedov was the first of many national leaders to address the UN's LLDC3 conference. He proposed a global medicine of the future, calling for international scientific collaboration in health and medical innovation, and spoke of his conviction that the position of landlocked countries could be improved.
Here in Turkmenistan, we are discussing the problems of landlocked developing countries and ways to solve them. We are doing so from a position of constructiveness and equality, mutual respect and consideration of interests, with care for our peoples, for their present and future. I am convinced we are on the right path and will achieve success together.
Following the first plenary session, I moderated the event's opening press conference attended by Secretary General Guterres, Turkmenistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs Rashid Meredov, together with the UN Under-Secretary Rabab Fatima, who serves as the Secretary General of the LLDC3 conference. I know each has a brief statement to make, and then we will have a chance for a couple of questions. But, sir, I hand over to you, Mr. Guterres.
This conference reflects a new era of cooperation taking shape across Central Asia, one grounded in mutual trust, shared priorities, and growing regional solidarity. At a time when multilateral cooperation is being tested, this spirit of partnership is more essential than ever. Today's discussions show that landlocked developing countries don't want charity. They want justice. They want equitable access, investment, a fair chance to build resilient economies and inclusive societies. The AWASA Programme of Action is a blueprint for doing so over the next decade, starting now. When landlocked developing countries thrive, entire regions benefit. The United Nations is committed to working with every country to turn the AWASA Programme of Action into real results, jobs created, goods exported, emissions reduced, lives transformed. And we count on all Member States to support this effort and ensure that no country is left behind simply because of its geography. This is not only a matter of development, it's a matter of dignity and justice. Thank you.
Of course, those of you coming to Turkmenistan for the first time will have experienced the wonderful hospitality of the Turkmen people. I've had the honor of meeting Minister Meredov before, so I hand over to you, please, for your comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is highly symbolic of the fact that LLDC 3 is being held in 2025, a year that marks two important milestones: the 80th anniversary of the United Nations and the 30th anniversary since the international recognition of Turkmenistan's status of permanent neutrality. We believe these values, neutrality, peace, and mutual respect, are especially relevant as we explore collective solutions to global development challenges. We're only at the beginning of this important journey in Avaza, but the foundation has been laid for a successful and impactful conference. We thank all participants for their engagement, the United Nations for its partnership, and especially to the Secretary General for standing with us. Let us continue this work with purpose, solidarity, and vision. Thank you for your attention.
Under-Secretary Fatima is the UN's High Representative for landlocked countries, as well as its least developed countries and small island developing states. She joined me to discuss the most pressing problems that the conference would address. I guess one of the questions as a journalist for me is, this is quite a new topic on the public agenda, the idea of landlocked countries. But it's not entirely new, is it?
It's not entirely new, actually, but you're absolutely right. There's not much awareness about this group. While the LDCs, say the least developed countries or the small island developing countries, these are much better known. They're much, stronger on the international front. But the landlocked developing countries per se has not been there in that with the similar sort of visibility. But this group has been officially around for more than 20 years now. This is the third conference that we are having, and they actually have conferences once in a decade. So the first one was also held in this region in Almaty, and then the second one was held in Vienna, and this is the third one. So it's over 20 years that officially in the UN, there is a group of landlocked developing countries, 32 of them.
This might sound brutal, but why should the world care about landlocked developing countries?
Because landlocked developing, as the Secretary General was mentioning, they are landlocked on the one hand, and then they're also developing. So all the challenges that the developing countries are facing, they have that. And that, I think, their landlocked status, being landlocked, also perhaps adds to their development challenges.
Meaning they don't have any open area for their own borders.
They don't have any access to the sea. So they have to actually rely on the transit coastal countries to have access to the sea. As we have been talking about throughout the week, trade costs are higher, almost double the cost as that of the transit neighbors. So I think that pushes up the cost for everything, whether they're exporting goods or importing goods. So costs are higher. And then transportation time is also higher. And because they have to come through different borders, takes time to unload, to get them cleared, and then very cumbersome customs processes, border regulations, etc. So everything becomes much more difficult.
And potentially vulnerable to disputes.
Potentially they can be, I don't want to use the word, but they can perhaps sometimes be at the mercy of countries, the coastal states. So I think all this came to the fore during the pandemic, when borders were closed, not only coast, but borders were closed, right? And that was the time when the LLDCs really felt the brunt in a major way. And of course, when there are conflicts, pandemics, this problem becomes more. But just to also emphasize on the point, they have unique climate challenges. They contribute, the LLDCs contribute possibly the least to greenhouse, to climate change, but they are certainly suffering the severe impacts of the climate crisis.
And potentially, of course, restricted water supplies and all kinds of other issues.
Glacier melting, dry lands. I think they have a higher proportion of dry lands than others, dust storms. These are some particular unique climate challenges that the LLDCs face. So it was in that context that they actually, for the first time in an LLDC document, we have climate action as a priority area. So one of the other things that came out, and I'm very happy to announce we'll be going into to talking to the press about that right after this, is that they decided that they want to be also a negotiating group in the UNFCCC and the COP process. Because they do not have a unified collective voice in the global climate discourse, their issues do not come up in a bigger way. Whether it is in climate action or climate finances, they do not have a collective voice on that. So they have gone through the process successfully. So the LLDCs will be going to the upcoming COP in Brazil, the COP 30, as a full-blown negotiating group.
A final brief thought. We're in Turkmenistan, a country that has been fairly quiet on the global map. What's been your impression of how things have worked out here? The world has basically come to Avaza.
Yeah. I was asked that question in New York before coming, and the ambassador of Turkmenistan was with me. And there was a question, I said, why not in Turkmenistan? Because I believe Turkmenistan maybe have been quiet, but I think they have very quietly been doing a lot of work, especially in terms of regional connectivity and regional cooperation in the region. So I think that was one. Secondly, they also expressed an interest. And coming here, I can see the total commitment of the government to making this process work. And they have been able to mobilize enough support for the LLDCs, not only amongst the LLDCs themselves, but again, the partner and other countries, to actually bring them here together. So if you're looking around the rooms, the different meetings that are taking place, there's a lot of buzz, there's a lot of momentum that we can see. And I would like to give the credit, I would like to actually congratulate the government of Turkmenistan for having been able to galvanize global opinion and global support for the LLDCs and bring them all here together, along with their partner countries and transit countries. So I'm quite excited about the days ahead.
Madam Secretary General, thank you so much for giving us the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Economic Cooperation Organization is a regional trade body whose members represent almost 500 million people. Member states include Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and, as its Secretary General, Ambassador Dr. Asad Khan told me, 7 landlocked nations. One of the things you have is responsibility for an area that has a lot of landlocked countries. Yes. So, of course, this conference is of extreme relevance. What did you get so far out of the conference in terms of the progress being made?
I think the most important thing, and you are absolutely right, of the 10 members that we have, 7 are landlocked countries. And I must also say that we are proud that of the 3 LLDC conferences held so far, 2 are held in countries that are our members. The first in Kazakhstan, and now second here in Turkmenistan. And what this conference has done actually is to bring visibility to an issue, I think, that has been there for decades, I would say. But this time around, I think particularly when we are seeing also a growing desire to build stronger connections within the region, I think this conference has assumed even greater importance. So all the issues that affect the development trajectory of landlocked developing countries is something that has been brought to the front during this conference.
Is the need to build stronger relationships in the region a result of the fact that many countries, especially in the West now, America being, of course, the USA being a big one, are becoming very introspective and becoming quite protectionist in their nature?
I think the unpredictability and uncertainties and everyone adhering to the agreed norms and principles is something that brought a certain readiness to engage in multilateral work. Now, with the uncertainties that we are seeing, obviously countries would like to work more closely within the regions, within their neighbors, trying to find solutions that are local. But I'm not saying that this is essentially a kind of a mutually exclusive thing. We as much need multilateralism today as we needed it before. But a strong multilateralism is also a product of cooperative regionalism. And when countries are able to work with their neighbors, because all issues and conflicts are essentially regional, and their ability to resolve issues. And I must say that landlockedness is actually a factor of geography. And therefore, it is absolutely critical and essential that the solutions have to be found locally and regionally. And that's where I see some more hope now than before, that countries are now more keen to work regionally. But that doesn't necessarily mean, because the challenges that we are facing in the regions obviously are challenges that are not just transboundary challenges, but they involve the whole world. For instance, climate change, and this is an area and a part of the world where you practically see every single manifestation of the climate change vulnerabilities that a country or a region can face, starting from land degradation, desertification, glacial melt, water stress, droughts, and you name it. So that's where obviously we need support from international community. And this conference, I would say, did very well in sensitizing the financing related needs because infrastructure is capital intensive. You need a lot of money actually to build roads. And you can't do it because particularly in countries and regions where they face underdevelopedness, where they face serious financial issues.
One thing that I've heard at the LLDC in terms of how future prosperity and security can be encouraged and adopted is the need for economies to diversify as well. And of course, tourism, for example, is a big factor. The member states you have amazing tourist potential, but they've largely been coming from, many of them, from the Soviet era, quite closed off. Do you see an opening up? Do you see a potential growing for the tourism to be boosted?
Yes, I think this is a region which is connected. And I usually say that we are a region that was, I think, more integrated and more connected 1,000 years ago than it is today. Because you could see on the Silk Route, these caravansarais. As a Pakistani, I went to Azerbaijan and I saw the Multan Sarai, And they said that it was actually established by people from Multan and who used to travel right up to Azerbaijan 1,000 years ago. So, and in another way also, this nexus between transport, trade, and tourism is really very, very important. Because tourism brings people together. And when people come together, it generates a level of comfort. And when that level of comfort, it brings in investments, it brings in transport, it kind of takes it to the, as they say, the economy of scales. And that's what we are really trying to do.
Well, since the start of this year, a certain small White House on the other side of the world has certainly put the cat among the pigeons when it comes to creating, let's say, uncertainty with trade costs through tariffs and so on. What impact do you see the current, perhaps, uncertainty being created by President Trump's tariffs on your member states in trying to find some way forward without having a negative impact overall?
Well, I think we are, I would say, a diverse group of countries where some countries have pretty large and extensive trade with the Western countries, including the United States. And there are others that do not have as big trade as some of the other countries in the world have. So from that perspective, obviously, the direct impact of the increase in tariffs and the uncertainties and unpredictabilities that it brings along is not. But then again, these steps have certain impact on the global trading system. And as you know, at least 4 of our members have been in the process of WTO accession for many, many years, and that also actually is a factor standing in the way of their full integration, trade integration within the region. So from that, and again, I think weaponization of a trading system or financial system, frankly, is something that is not good for cooperative multilateralism that we all seek to embrace and achieve. So from that perspective, and uncertainties, frankly, in particularly in trade, if I have to dispatch a container and I don't know what the price of that particular item is going to be when it reaches the port of its destination, I would rather keep it at home or use it elsewhere rather than, using or going to that destination. So that's something, and I do hope that this is temporary, and this is transient, and hopefully things would get back to normal.
As I wrap up, I should point out that, we are in, of course, one of the member states here, having a chance to enjoy Turkmenistan. Anything in particular you noted about how the country is moving forward with its program, of inviting the world in and so on?
For me as Secretary General ECO, Turkmenistan is my second home. I am a regular here, and I must say that I am very impressed by what they do for us within the organization, their willingness to always host important meetings and conferences to contribute substantively to our work. But we also see them, and I will be, inshallah, coming back also for the International Peace Conference that will also be hosted in December. And I was here on a number of other occasions, and each time I come back here, I leave more impressed with their ability to organize these events, with their ability to contribute both logistically and substantively. And we are certainly, to see one of our member states organize an event of this size and scale and a major international conference is, of course, a source of pride for us.
Super. Mr. Secretary General, thank you so much.
It's lovely talking.
Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as the city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Now, in other news, European leaders are voicing concerns just days ahead of a US-Russia summit in Alaska, warning against redrawing Ukraine's borders by force. Well, their fears stem from reports that the US may grant territorial concessions in Ukraine. Well, President Trump has suggested a peace deal could see Russia taking the entire Donbas region in eastern Ukraine and keeping Crimea as well. And that's raising alarm over possible legal recognition of Russian control. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Sir Gerald Howarth, who is a former UK Defence Minister and former UK Minister for International Security Strategy, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. Sir Gerald, thank you very much indeed for being with us. As always, a pleasure. We're also joined from Chicago by Greg Swenson, who is the chair of Republicans Overseas. Both of you, thank you very much indeed for your time. Greg, let me start by asking you. President Trump has insisted that any peace deal would have to involve some swapping of territories. In your opinion, should Ukraine give up sovereign territory in the interest of ending this war?
Tom, good question. And I don't blame President Zelensky for refusing to acknowledge that. And the question is, what kind of compromises have to be made? I think ultimately there might have to be, but I would hope, we all want Ukraine to stay exactly as it is or as it was prior to 2014. It's just the question is that realistic? And what's the alternative if that's proposed and then Putin says no and walks away?
OK, so Gerald, let me turn to you. You've written a letter in the Daily Telegraph. It was published yesterday. You say President Trump cannot be allowed to betray Ukraine in his desperation for a deal. In your opinion, Sir Gerald, should Ukraine give up anything at all?
Well, good afternoon, Tom. Not a square inch, no. And I'm surprised to hear Greg talking of that kind of compromise. It was his President Bill Clinton, who alongside Prime Minister John Major of the United Kingdom in 1995 signed the Budapest Memorandum, under which Ukraine gave up its entire arsenal of nuclear weapons, in return for which it's the parties there too, Russia under Boris Yeltsin, United States under Bill Clinton, and United Kingdom under John Major, nobody else. But those three agreed to respect the sovereignty, independence, and existing borders of Ukraine. Of course, Russia's complete breach of that agreement, which the former leader of Russia signed, and now it appears that the President of the United States is going to flagrantly breach that agreement. I think it is very, very dangerous indeed. It sets a very dangerous precedent. And of course, ultimately, if land is to be ceded to Russia, who thinks that Putin will stop there? He wants to seize the whole of Ukraine, does not believe that Ukraine is a sovereign nation. He believes that it should be part of Russia. We are entering a very, very dangerous period.
OK, Greg, let me ask you to respond to that and also to ask you what you think would be an acceptable exchange if an exchange is to take place at all.
Yeah, I don't know what the acceptable exchange of land would be, because it's quite natural to suggest that there shouldn't be any. And that's why I don't disagree with Sir Howarth. And I do think that, but I do think we have to be realistic. And the commitment that was made in 1995 was surely directed around nuclear capabilities or use of nuclear weapons, which, although that threat is always there, I don't think it's a realistic threat that Putin will use those weapons. But he does have 45 nuclear warheads. And then, of course, we have to consider that the first breach was in 2008, not with Ukraine, but specifically with Georgia. But then in 2014, when I suppose you could argue that Barack Obama should have honored that 1995 agreement, and apparently he did not. And there was, that might have been a time for sticking to the letter of the law. But I think there was appeasement in the Obama term. There surely was some appeasement in the Biden term. It's interesting that the only time Putin didn't aggressively take land in the last 2 decades was when Trump was president in his first term. So I don't know what to expect on Friday, but I do think that we just have to be open-minded. And as the president said, he might find out in the first 2 minutes if Putin's even serious. The reason Putin is at the table is because of the threats of significant economic sanctions. And that's something that President Trump was not afraid to do during his first term. He was very hostile to Putin in his first term, but that the time for deterrence was then. I'm not sure if it might be too late for deterrence. And I think because of the past appeasement from several presidents, I think we're in a different situation now.
Okay, so Joel, let me turn back to you. First of all, feel free to pick up on anything Greg has said. And what do you think President Trump's options are on Friday?
Well, I'm just very disappointed to hear everything he's said so far. He has basically hit Zelensky and Ukraine by refusing at one point to supply weapons. He has prevaricated throughout his presidency. He was unbelievably offensively rude to President Zelensky when he came to the White House. We know that Donald Trump is a maverick, but that was way beyond anything acceptable in diplomatic behavior. And of course, whilst he is prevaricating, he's imposed no sanctions upon Putin, calls him by his Christian name. And meanwhile, Putin is just building up his attack on Russia. I've just been reading a moment ago that Russia has made a further breakthrough in the Donbass. Of course, what Putin is doing, he's playing for time, as he has done throughout this president's presidency. He's playing for time, trying to grab as much land as possible, and then he will demand to keep that land. I'm sorry, Greg, but you're part of the appeasement process. I'm wearing a Falkland Islands T-shirt at the moment, because I went out there 20 years after the Falklands campaign with a number of veterans. We lost 242 men in the Falklands campaign, but it was our determination, the determination of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, that the illegal invasion undertaken by President Galtieri of Argentina should be resisted. Of course, at the time, the United States was ambivalent because of its support for its fellows in the American continent. But Margaret Thatcher stood firm. We recovered the land, and the message that sent out to the rest of the world was, do not mess with us. It sent that message out not just to Argentina, but to tyrants around the world. So on Friday, unless your president takes firm action, stands by the Budapest Memorandum, that commitment to respect the existing borders of Ukraine as it were in 1995, what he will be doing is sending a clear message that the green light, you're quite right, the green light shown in 2008 and in 2014 when Putin invaded Crimea and annexed that Ukrainian territory, he was sending out a message, the green light is still on and you can go and do as you will in the rest of Europe. Moldova, watch out. The Baltic states, watch out. Even Poland, watch out. This is really serious business. And unfortunately, we have a president who seems not to understand history, who is ignorant in the way he has accused Ukraine of starting the war when manifestly it was the invasion by Russia. These are serious times, and it's time for the United States, I'm afraid, to be absolutely ruthlessly firm. Putin is weakened by what is happening economically in his country, but he is determined to rebuild the Soviet Union. He's never made any secret about that. And it is time, I'm afraid, for us to stand firm.
Greg, let me ask you to respond to that. What Sir Gerald is saying is that we need some Thatcherite determination here, not give an inch, because if we do, President Putin will be taking a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think history has been very good to Mrs. Thatcher about the Falklands. And I think that was a brief moment where perhaps President Reagan and Mrs. Thatcher weren't on the same page, and that's unfortunate because in retrospect it was a brilliant thing, a brilliant defense of British sovereignty. And I think we all agree that Putin is the wild card here. Putin is a bad guy. President Trump was very hostile to Putin in his first term. You saw that with sending Javelin missiles after, Biden and Obama were sending blankets and ready to eat meals, with unmarked commercial trucks. They would ship those non-lethal materials to a U.S. airbase in Poland. They were just so afraid of provoking Putin, and then ship that material on commercial trucks to Kyiv. Trump came in day one, put sanctions on Nord Stream 2. He called out Putin for killing his own citizens in 1999. 3 prior presidents had the same information from the CIA and chose to bury it. So, look, I think the president's got a good track record of standing up to Putin. The problem is during the Biden term, Biden took the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2, for example, day one. So the appeasement's already happened. And what President Trump doesn't have the capability of doing is sending American troops. That's just not going to fly politically. There's no support for that, or very little support for that. And it's the same reason the Europeans haven't sent troops. So I think the president is willing to continue sending supplies, military support. He has done that. He's tried to use it maybe as kind of a carrot for Ukraine. This is not an easy process. It's surely not President Trump's war. He inherited that from the last administration. So I think we just have to keep an open mind. I don't know what to expect, but we might be surprised that the president is able to negotiate something credible. And that's by no means does that mean he's going to sell out on Ukraine. That's not the point here.
Okay, so Gerald, what we heard there is that President Trump has a track record of being tough on President Putin. Your response to that, and just a practicality, I'm wondering to myself, can the US president actually cede Ukrainian territory to Russia on Kyiv's behalf? Is that even, from a practical point of view, an option?
Well, it's deeply offensive that the president should think that he can cede somebody else's land. And in fairness, listening to what he was saying yesterday, he said it's not for him to decide, although he has given the impression up till now that it is very much a deal to be done between him and President Putin. And I find this transactional nature, as though it's some kind of property deal, also pretty offensive as well. This is high stakes international politics where the security, not just of Europe, but the entire free world is at risk. And when Greg says that President Trump has been standing up to Putin and got a good track record, I'm afraid you're wrong. He hasn't. He's done very little. To the extent that he's resumed now the supply of weaponry, only on the basis that that is to be paid for by the European members of NATO. And don't forget that he's been ambivalent about NATO as well, which is deeply, deeply damaging. And the Kremlin watches all this stuff. He is a maverick. He is unpredictable. And to the extent that he is well known to be unpredictable, perhaps my fears about Friday are unfounded, and I very much hope they are. But on past record, I'm afraid I'm extremely pessimistic. But I think at the end of the day, to Greg, I would just say this, I quite understand the practicalities of trying to recover the land that's been brutally seized by this tyrant. But the fact is, if we do not recover that land and restore it to Ukraine, watch out, because this man will not stop here. Read his speech of July 2021, when he set out his ambition to rebuild the Soviet Union. Because don't forget, Russia's leaders feel deeply hurt that Russia is no longer the power that it was. They are throwing their weight around. There's nothing that Russia produces that any of us wants to buy. We don't want to buy their refrigerators. We don't want to buy their cars. The only thing they've got is oil and minerals. And on that note, if land is ceded in the Donbass area and the Sea of Azov becomes completely Russian dominated, so does the mineral resources in the Sea of Azov become Russian. as well as a large part of the Black Sea. This is really, really serious stuff. And it's time for the United States, not only the most powerful nation in the world, but the leader of the free world. You are the leader of us all. You know London, Greg. You know that this transatlantic relationship is absolutely vital. And if we don't stand firm, the message this is going to send to President Xi of the People's Republic of China, who has his sights firmly set on annexing Taiwan, to Tehran and other capitals around the world, other tyrants. The message this is going to send is going to be, we're okay, we can get on with it. We won't be challenged. So, as I say, it's with a pretty heavy heart. I'm pretty despairing.
Greg, let me ask you, what your thoughts are on what Sir Gerald has said, and what you make of the argument that any concession is essentially a reward to President Putin for his actions and a step towards the reconstruction of something resembling the Soviet Union.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think, again, we all agree that President Putin is a bad guy, and he has not behaved well for decades now. And I think even his speech at the Munich Security Conference back in 2007 or 8 should have been a great warning to the West. And so there's been appeasement, not necessarily by President Trump, but there's been appeasement in the West on Putin for years now. And so it's kind of an odd time to decide to roll up our sleeves and defend Ukraine 3 years later. Now, Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs for President Biden, sat down with the president and told him 2 years ago that the Ukrainians were brave. They defended Kyiv. They managed to keep Putin from taking over the country. Good for them. But now it's a stalemate. Now's the time to negotiate. Now, his counterpart in Ukraine said the same thing to Zelensky. Of course, he was fired. Biden did not fire Mark Milley. He just ignored him on that. So, look, it's just an odd time to decide that we now must defend Ukraine, whether that means boots on the ground. I have not seen any European allies volunteer to do that. And on NATO, President Trump really cares about NATO. NATO is going to end up being stronger because of President Trump. Perhaps it was the Ukraine invasion that also inspired the NATO countries to increase spending, but there's no doubt that President Trump was very important in that. And NATO is looking to be much stronger thanks to what President Trump has been saying since 2017.
So, Gerald, would you like to comment on that?
Well, it is true. I concede that it's true that as a result of President Trump's firmness on this particular subject, European members of NATO have decided to step up to the plate. They were warned by David Cameron at the 2014 summit. David Cameron, former British Prime Minister, the NATO summit in Wales. In 2014, that they had to divvy up because the American taxpayer should not have to assume such a large proportion of the burden of NATO's costs as it has done since 1945. And President Trump in his first administration gave the same message. So it came as no surprise. But look, Greg, I do urge you to look at what's being said here. What Mark Rutte is not a nutter. He's not extreme right wing. He's the Secretary General of NATO, former Dutch Prime Minister. He is talking about the threat of war from Russia. The leader of the British Army, General Sir Riley Walker, saying the same thing. His predecessor, General Sir Patrick Sanders, saying the same thing. This is very serious territory, and we have your president, who I'm afraid has done nothing to put sanctions. Serious sanctions on Putin, has done nothing practical apart from belatedly giving some weapons paid for by the Europeans to Ukraine. And he risks giving another green light to Putin. And please note that the warnings given by people who are not non-extremists and understand that the United States itself will be drawn into some conflict if it is allowed to happen. And you say that the time to deal with Russia was in 2008 or 2014, and it's too late now. Well, appease him now, and it'll be even worse.
Greg, I want to ask you, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said that peace should be built with Ukraine, not imposed upon it. Do you think President Trump is listening to his allies? And do you think President Trump is going to go into that meeting on Friday taking into account the opinions of the Europeans, who, by the way, have now paid more towards the Ukrainian war effort than the Americans have?
Sure, and they should be paying more toward that effort. Obviously, it's the European backyard, so that makes that makes total sense to me. I think the president will listen to the allies. He's not afraid to pivot if he thinks circumstances have changed. He's already done that on Ukraine a few times. I mean, he is the wild card here again is Putin. We all agree on that. Nobody's endorsing. If you're a skeptic of the war or you advocate for peace and you're an anti-war president, which this president is, that doesn't make him a Putin sympathizer. It didn't make him a sympathizer when he signed off on 300 Russian mercenaries being killed in Syria by American troops. It didn't make him a Putin sympathizer, again, when he called out Putin for 1999. He sent Javelin missiles. He put sanctions on Nord Stream 2. This is a president who's not afraid to use force. But unfortunately, since the Obama administration, the U.S. is not capable of fighting a two-front war. He's been very clear about the pivot to Asia. We have to have that capability to fight a full war against China if necessary. Nobody wants that, but it is not time for a two-front war. So that's what he's trying to avoid. If the Europeans step up, good for them. Nobody wants to see body bags, but I do think this president is willing to negotiate. He uses economics and trade. He put massive threats of tariffs on India, which is not good for America, not good for trade, but he's willing to do that, or at least threaten that, putting massive tariffs on India because they're buying Russian oil. The Europeans bought $22 billion of Russian oil last year. That's post-invasion. That's more than they've given to Ukraine. So they're funding both sides of the war right now. The president called out the Germans on this in 2018, just like Reagan did in 1981. So there's a lot of moving parts here. The president would rather use the threats of tariffs or trade or non-tariff trade barriers as a way to get people to the table. I think he'll try that here. It might not work because Putin is not completely sane, but I do think that he was willing to try. He's ended 5 perhaps regional conflicts already since he took office. And he does that peace through deterrence, peace through strength, but also peace through business and trade. So I would just keep an open mind to what we could expect. And by the way, to an earlier question, no, the president is not imposing anything on Zelensky. He doesn't have the power to do that. He's just trying to bring people together to talk about peace. Again, it's not his war. He didn't start this thing. He's inherited it. He just wants to give peace a chance, to quote John Lennon. So, I'm surprised the Democrats haven't been more anti-war on this, but it's kind of shown the new realignment politically. But again, the president's not afraid to use force for the right cause.
Okay, so Gerald, your thoughts on that and giving peace a chance?
Well, give peace a chance. And I do not pray for peace. I pray for victory. Every night I pray for victory for Ukraine. I've been there twice recently, Greg. I suggest you go there, have a look for yourself, look at the cemeteries. These are people to whom we gave an agreement in return for their giving up that arsenal of nuclear weapons. And imagine if they hadn't given up that arsenal of nuclear weapons. Do you think Putin would have risked this? Of course he wouldn't. But now they took their armor off, and because they were given an assurance by your president, by my prime minister, by the leader of the Russian Federation, and 2 of you are reneging on it. Only the United Kingdom is continuing to stand firm. And I think that is something of which you, in America, really ought to be ashamed. It's not a question of giving peace a chance. It's a question of dealing with a brutal aggressor. He hasn't been taking out military targets. You've seen on the television, he's been taking out blocks of flats, residential blocks. children's schools, hospitals.
We understand that. He's firing at civilians all the time. No one is defending Putin here. The question is...
Well, you've got to do something about it, Greg. You have to do something about it. We can't just sit there saying, oh, well, we'll have to do some sort of a deal. We'll have to, let's all sit around the table and seek peace. This man doesn't want peace. What he wants is Ukraine. He wants the whole lot of Ukraine. He's made that perfectly clear. Don't you understand that?
Of course I understand that. I've said that several times. And so the question is, do you think that there'd be political support in the United Kingdom for the UK military to be on the ground in Ukraine, to have boots on the ground, to have young British soldiers dying for Ukraine? And I might be wrong on that. I don't think there's that political support in the United Kingdom. So I don't know what you're advocating besides our economic and military support for Ukraine, which we've been doing since 2022, and it hasn't really worked.
Well, hold on, Greg.
I'm not sure what the next step is.
You say you've been doing it since 2022. No, you haven't. You've prevaricated, not under this administration, under the Biden administration. He prevaricated over F-16s. He prevaricated over air defense. Pardon?
You're right. That incrementalism was perhaps a mistake, to sort of drip feed.
Perhaps it was a massive mistake. I said it on day one, we should be in that. We've been training Ukrainian troops since 2016 in the United Kingdom, not just since 2022, since 2016. We have, to a certain extent, seen this coming, although God knows what our diplomats were doing when Putin made that speech in July 2021. But what we needed to do on day one and did not do was to give them weapons. We gave them NMOR, the man-portable anti-tank missile. That saved Kyiv. You in the United States prevaricated. The Continentals prevaricated. You have to step up. Mike Pompeo said at the Odessa Black Sea Security Forum, which I attended the month before last, few weeks ago, Mike Pompeo said we have to give them the weapons. Okay. Mike Pompeo is a former Secretary of State for your Republican Party, our sister party in the United States.
I know Mike.
Yeah, well, Mike Pompeo is saying that. And Admiral Hewitt, who was a great guy, spent a long time. He takes that view. You have got to give them the weapons to defeat this deplorable, brutal aggressor.
So, Gerald, we're going to give you you've had the last word there because I'm being told we're out of time. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and we really got quite intense there in the final minutes of the discussion. But really appreciate you both sharing the time and the energy to discuss this important issue. Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, and Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Sir Gerald.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. European leaders and Zelensky speak to President Trump, asking him for security guarantees for Ukraine ahead of a summit with Putin. Meanwhile, the New Zealand Prime Minister says Netanyahu has lost the plot as 27 countries believe famine in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. And troops on the streets of Washington, D.C. The National Guard are deployed to the capital as Trump argues violent crime is out of control. Now, President Trump is warning of very severe consequences if Vladimir Putin refuses to halt the war in Ukraine ahead of their high-stakes summit in Alaska on Friday. The remarks came after talks with European leaders and Ukraine's president, who said Putin is bluffing about Russia's ability to win the war and sidestep sanctions. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says the meeting could bring important decisions, but insists Europe's security must come first. Earlier today, Merz held a press conference in Berlin alongside Zelensky and spoke about a transatlantic strategy supporting Ukraine and putting pressure on Russia. Here's what Zelensky had to say.
We talked about the meeting in Alaska. We hope that the central topic of the meeting will be a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire. The U.S. president has repeatedly said this. He suggested to me that after the meeting in Alaska, we will have contact, and we will discuss all the results, if there are any, and we will determine the next mutual steps.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, business editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Thank you so much for being with me this evening, Jono and Shane. So we got a few lines coming out of Donald Trump a little bit later on after this big meeting was held with Zelensky, the European leaders, and Donald Trump. So my big question to you is, why is everyone desperate to get on the same page just 2 days away from this big historical summit that everyone's gearing up for in Alaska?
Well, what it is a vie for, they don't want to be sidelined. No leader wants to be sidelined in these negotiations as they head in. Now, Trump has already suggested that both Ukraine and Russia will have to make some territorial concessions here, but Europe wants to make sure that Ukraine has got a seat at the table for any future agreements, and that is different from what we've seen so far. We've seen negotiations between the US and Russia take place, with Ukraine having zero representation. So what everyone wants now is a common principle before this Trump-Putin meeting. That's what they need. They need to secure the ceasefire first, reject recognition of Russia's occupied territories. They have to decide what exactly is everyone singing from the same page before these negotiations take place.
And it's quite interesting because I felt like all the tones coming out, you know, of these talks and these video conferences they had today were so positive. We obviously heard from the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte. We also heard from Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister. Everyone was saying this was really productive. They had come up with these 5 principles, and one of them that was the Ukraine has to be at the table. And Donald Trump almost answered that. He said, he said there's a chance there could be this meeting between Putin and Zelensky straight after the summit in Alaska. So positive mood music?
Well, I kind of think, like you said at the top of the episode, Trump's rhetoric definitely seems to have ramped up, because like earlier in the day they were describing it as a feel-out meeting and a listening exercise, which doesn't really fill anyone with any kind of optimism. And I'm still kind of on the very, very pessimistic side of it. I think this is just the preamble. And I think what is positive is that we're getting Putin and we're getting Trump in the same room. But I think it's going to be a long time. I don't think it's going to be this side of Christmas before we see Zelensky and Putin and Trump all together. I think that is not just days away. I think it's possibly going to be next year or even years far down the line. Because when you look at what the 5 clauses that they need, as John has said, Ukraine has to have a seat at the table. There has to be a ceasefire ahead of the start of negotiations. They want to recognize Russian-occupied territory. So none of these things are really anywhere near complete, or whether there's going to be a sort of shake hands scenario in the White House, as far as I can see. So I am very, very pessimistic. I think it's not going to be this year we'll see any resolution.
And I do think what's tricky about this is the ceasefire has to happen before negotiations take place. And then you've got the factors on both sides, from both Russia's side saying we're not going to concede territory, but there are definitely 2 occupied territories that potentially could be up for a discussion. But Ukraine steadfast on the fact that they refuse to let any territories go to Russia. There has to be some middle ground that's there, and we're not even, like Shane rightly said, we're nowhere close to there being a middle ground being found just yet as we continue in this stalemate. I do ideally think that it will happen this side of Christmas, though, but I just don't know when. And if Zelensky continues the rhetoric of, I refuse to give any Ukrainian land across to Russia, I think that we are wasting time by going to any table to have a discussion, because there will be concessions on both parts. Someone will lose. Russia will lose less, but someone will lose. But
I do think it's interesting, the tone coming from Donald Trump after he spoke to European leaders today and Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. He seemed to have a bit of a tougher stance when it came to Vladimir Putin and Russia, because I think the big fear for Europe is that they aren't taken into consideration and their security isn't taken into consideration, because this is happening in Europe, on the borders of European countries. And there is a concern that if territory is ceded, and that will give a precedence for Russia to maybe invade other countries, how will Ukraine protect itself? And Donald Trump did say, very severe consequences if Putin doesn't agree to stop the war. Is that sanctions?
Yeah, what are the consequences going to be? It's a little bit vague, and I think he's just making this sort of rhetoric, ahead of the meeting, so that it'll bring sort of Putin in. But I don't really see, like I said, any resolution pretty quickly. But I do, and then the question is, if they do make this agreement, say on the territory and the ceasefire, who's going to police to make sure that both sides stick to it? Because we've seen it in other disputes, they haven't stick to ceasefires. So obviously that's going to have to be America. Is Trump actually going to follow through and police to make sure Putin doesn't, break the ceasefire or the agreement in terms of territory, and also that Ukraine agrees to whatever they have to concede. So I think that is the big question. Obviously the EU wants to be involved because, like you said, it's in their backyard, and it sets a precedent that if more territory is lost sort of legitimately as part of this agreement. So yeah, there's a lot to work out, which is why unfortunately I'm
But I think Europe has got such a vested interest in this. And like you rightly said, Shane, EU has got the most to lose out on something going horribly wrong here. And when you say who should police the border when it comes down to, because there will be a redefinition of the borders, it's not going to be the US. They're not going to put boots on the ground in Ukraine to police that. The EU have the vested interest here. And I think the Ukraine, with the support of the EU, could potentially be the ones who police the border against Russia. And I don't see why that wouldn't happen.
But that could be a problem, because one of the reasons that Russia says it invaded Ukraine was because of NATO, and because of NATO encroaching closer to its borders, which is something that it really didn't want and had spoken out and warned of. So is this the danger? Who will carry out those security guarantees? Some people have suggested it could be Japan, it could be China, it could be a completely different player compared to anyone from European or the NATO side of things. But I mean, Friday's happening. It's just days away. You know, we're going to see this meeting in Alaska. Is it all about the optics? Is it all about the performance? Is it all about the world stage?
And I think, we seem to forget the civilian part of this as well. And there is over 13,500 civilians who've been killed in this conflict so far. 34,000 have been wounded. There is the huge toll on civilian life. This can't afford to go on much longer, because already it is a humanitarian crisis. And we've said it before. Gaza is taking the front page of the newspapers currently. The second or third page is now Ukraine. And I think the longer that it's off the front page, the more this is likely to drag into a stalemate.
Yeah, and you say, how long is this going to drag on? So I did look into that and look up the stats. And I think it was interesting that Chancellor Merz was talking about the Berlin Wall and how this call happened on August 13th, which the Berlin Wall started in 1961, and he made the point that that was when partition started in Europe, and he was making that analogy. But then you look at it took 28 years for the Berlin Wall to fall. So is it going to take 3 decades for Ukraine to be resolved? I really hope not.
I mean, that's taken into account that you would still have Putin in charge, which is possible at this rate, but you still have Zelensky in charge in Ukraine, and he's hanging on by a thread at the moment, and we know that he's lost quite a bit of support locally in Ukraine. You would take into consideration that there has to be a change in power if this goes on any longer.
But you'd also take into consideration that the US and Europe are still funding the weapons that Ukraine are using to protect their boundaries. So there's a lot of questions when it comes to that. You know, will the change of government still want to support the situation? And like you say, it's a lot of unknowns. But, you know, the good positive is Putin is meeting Donald Trump. Talks are starting. And hopefully, as Donald Trump says, there can be some end to the bloodshed and people losing their lives. So, Jono and Shane, thank you for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And New Zealand's Prime Minister Christopher Luxon has told reporters Benjamin Netanyahu has lost the plot during a recent press conference. The centre-right coalition leader believes the Israeli Prime Minister has gone way too far and called the recent strikes on Gaza City utterly unacceptable. It comes as New Zealand considers joining Australia, the UK, France and Canada to recognise a Palestinian state at the UN conference in September. Take a listen to what Luxon had to say.
I think what's happening in Gaza is utterly appalling. I think Netanyahu has gone way too far. I think he has lost the plot, and I think that what we're seeing overnight with the attack on Gaza City is utterly unacceptable, and that's what we have been calling for as an international community now for a long period of time. He is not listening to the international community, and that is unacceptable.
Shane, has Benjamin Netanyahu lost the plot?
Yes, he definitely has. But I don't think he's going to be sitting at home worrying about what the Australian Prime Minister is thinking of him that far away. Oh, is it? Sorry, I had down Australia. But either or. I don't think he's going to be worrying about that, essentially, to be honest. I think, yes, he has lost the plot, but I think the reason that he's lost the plot is because he's worried about his own domestic politics and his image in terms of his government and the coalition. So I think he's bringing out this sort of higher rhetoric to appeal to the right-wing elements of his coalition, which is what he has to do. And a lot of the time it does just come down to domestic politics when it comes to these warfare, as we've seen when you were talking about Zelensky in Ukraine. So I think we're going to see a lot more of this building up, because a lot of the coalition partners have said that if he agrees to a ceasefire, then they'll pull out, and then where are we going to go from there if you've got a sort of political turmoil within Israel itself. So has he lost the plot? Yes, but it's probably part of a domestic policy.
Well, it's actually interesting because earlier I spoke with Dan Pfefferman, co-editor of Middle East 24, about the demonstrations happening in Israel against Netanyahu's government. Here's what he did tell me.
The public has voiced that it is tired. Also, the military leadership has voiced that the reservists who are fighting hundreds and hundreds of days in Gaza are tired, and the military and much of the public is not behind continuing this war. The challenge that we face here, and I urge the viewers or the listeners here to try to think about this from Israel's very tough predicament, is that anytime Israel shows its willingness or its even desire to reach a ceasefire and a diplomatic solution, Hamas only hardens its target, pulls out of peace talks, as we saw just last week or 2 weeks ago, and makes it very difficult to reach the very ceasefire. And so Netanyahu and the Israeli cabinet have to play a double game. And that is speak very harshly, make big threats or plans to escalate in the hope of communicating with Hamas that there's no way that Hamas is coming out of this in any kind of victory, and that it will be defeated.
And I thought he had an interesting point there, because I think a lot of analysts have been saying that Israel is basically going hard. And this full occupation of Gaza has caused a lot of condemnation, but a lot of that reason is to try and bring Hamas back to the negotiating table. And we do know that one of the leaders of Hamas has arrived in Cairo today for those indirect talks that are happening. So essentially, Hamas is back at the negotiating table. What will be achieved, we don't know. But is that his aim right now?
Well, you're still, at the end of the day, call it what it is. You're bringing a terrorist group to the table in order to have a negotiation about something that they seem unwilling to move on. And the request from them is very simple. It's to remove all Israeli forces from Gaza. The request in return is that they want the destruction of Hamas. The two of those things cannot coexist. We know that. And the international pressure that's been placed upon Israel will do nothing to waver Netanyahu. And yes, and I think as Shane mentioned as well, we have the support from the far right wing who want to keep the war going. We are hearing the echoes and we're seeing the demonstrations in public from the public in Israel who don't want a full on-ground offensive. We're hearing from the victims and the kidnapped, the hostages' families, saying we don't want an on-ground invasion because we know that once that happens, you're effectively sacrificing all of the hostages who are there, who will have a gun put to their head. And that's directly from people who've already been in captivity, saying what is happening in those bunkers underground. Israel now look like they're willing to sacrifice the lives of those hostages in order to have an on-ground offensive, in order to rid Hamas completely from every single nook and cranny in Gaza. I don't think any amount of international pressure upon Netanyahu is going to force him otherwise at this stage. And I think it might be almost a Custer's last stand type moment, whereby in October, if he does launch this offensive, it's do or die. And that might be the end, or it might be the end of Hamas. But either way, Netanyahu in November is going to be there's going to be a different political outcome for him.
And it's quite interesting. You mentioned pressure on Israel there, but my guest who we just heard from and I spoke to earlier, he said that Israel is being almost attacked by the West. The West have turned their back on Israel and they're now supporting this terrorist group, Hamas. And his argument is, why isn't the West putting more pressure on Hamas to release the hostages, to disarm, for change to happen with Hamas? Because he's saying every time we agree to a ceasefire that Steve Witkoff's drawn up from the US, Hamas are the ones who won't agree to it. So Israel is agreeing to these deals and Hamas is essentially not.
Yeah, I think it's far too black and white. Like you can disagree with Israel, but that doesn't automatically make you pro-Hamas. Like they're not mutually exclusive. Like I disagree completely with what Israel is doing, but I don't support Hamas either. So I think if that sort of theory is far too simplistic, and it's part of the whole problem, which is why we're in this sort of situation in Gaza in the first place. So I would my theory, if I had and I ruled the world, which I don't, would be that we'd like to see sort of Benjamin go and have a new opposition government, and to see if they can do it a lot better and they won't have the same sort of coalition issues, hopefully. Like I generally would not call for a change in leadership during warfare, but in this case I think there should be an exception. And like your clip showed, that I think a lot of the sort of Israeli public are getting tired of this as well. So I don't think it's benefiting anyone. And I think if there was an election and the coalition went in Israel, then you would see a mandate, and whoever gets into power then has the backing of the electorate. But I think at the moment, I don't really think they have the general support of either the West or Israeli citizens, as you were talking about earlier.
It's a good point. Why is the West not putting more pressure on Hamas to release the hostages? Because if Hamas did exactly what they were requested to do, we'd be in a far different situation right now. And I'm not saying, of course, what Israel are doing.
I'm not sure how you can really put pressure on a terrorist group. The only way that would work in terms of global diplomacy is that if every country recognises Palestinian state, and then Hamas has to start acting like
no actual government in place. You have to look at the fact that there's no working government in place.
No, exactly.
In Gaza. So now you're saying we're going to have a terrorist organisation. Recognise the state, first and foremost, Palestinian state, to be recognised is a good thing if there's a working government in charge and at the head of that. And I appreciate the Prime Minister of New Zealand, to Prime Minister Luxon, for his audacity in thinking that his opinion matters to Israel. But we know for a fact that Israel cares very little about anyone's opinion.
Except
the US,
for America's.
And that is it, just the US.
Yeah.
Everybody else is irrelevant, and they're mere other countries that they have somewhat of trade with. But aside from the US, there's no big concern. There's no losses here.
And what's really interesting is recognising a Palestinian state is almost symbolic at the moment. And that's something that we've had to speak about because, like you say, there's no working government. You know, Hamas has probably been weakened to the extent that they can't govern. So we are in a really difficult situation. But that was a really interesting conversation. Thank you so much to both of you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story. And the National Guard have appeared on the streets of Washington, D.C. after President Trump deployed the troops to the capital earlier this week. 800 are expected in the city, as well as 500 federal law enforcement agents. Armed vehicles have also been sent at popular tourist sites. Trump says crime in the area is out of control, a statement opposed by the city's mayor, Muriel Bowser, who has called the deployment an authoritarian push. Jono, you know, it was quite crazy, isn't it? Sometimes when you switch on your TV and you see some images, and I saw the images of the National Guard arriving in Washington, D.C., full camo outfits. You know, this is something that's in place and it's definitely happening. But what are your thoughts on these troops in D.C.?
Well, authoritarian push were exactly the words that we heard used in L.A. during the riots there, where we saw 4,000 troops. 700 Marines were sent in as well to control the rioting there as well. This is a highly political move on the part of the Trump administration. It is a very clear message from President Trump to say that he is taking direct control over someplace that is his stomping ground and that he can, the Democratic-led city of D.C. Now, statistically speaking, crime is down, but however, it's been down year on year. So if we look back at 2024, down by 35% on violent crimes. 2025, your mid-year review so far looks like it's down as well. Homicides down by around 12%. So on the surface, you would think, is this really necessary? But this, as we said, is his stomping ground. And this is where he can really make a difference. Is it overkill? It's certainly nowhere near what we saw in LA. But it is, it's a worrying sight to see something like this and to see the Trump administration put that many troops on the ground is a bit of a concern, but I think he's trying to send a clear message.
Is he flexing his military might? Do you think it's authoritarian?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. It definitely leads into that narrative. It's almost kind of like, you know, he's going to meet Putin soon, so is he going to get some tips on how to control the capital or something like that?
I mean, stranger things have happened, let's be honest.
A lot stranger things happen. So, but I think it is interesting, and I looked into it about the cities that he's sort of choosing to pick. Like, I don't think he's going to pick some sort of great Republican city, which, if you can think of one off the top of your head, because I can't right now. But like LA, Washington,
Houston,
yes, I was thinking Dallas actually, but I don't think you're ever going to see troops being sent in there. So I think it's very much divisive politics we're seeing being played out.
But it's quite interesting because I spoke to Rob Artlett earlier. He's a former Trump chair. He's and I was asking him exactly about this as to what our story's about. He said what Donald Trump is trying to do is bring peace and prosperity to Washington, D.C. He's trying to get violent crime down. And I said, what are the next places that could happen? Because Caroline Levitt said there were 23 arrests last night. This is only the beginning. And he made the point that Washington, D.C. is a different beast because it's a federal district. So this is where that can happen. And it's only small. So he was almost alluding to the fact that, is it actually going to escalate, or is this just something with the capital city Trump is concerned about, because there have been a spate of attacks? We know someone from the Doge employment sector, the Doge corporation, or I don't even know, sector was attacked. So I wonder if that's what Donald Trump is concentrating on, and we shouldn't be so worried. You know, he's trying to get everyone to work together, and it's a good thing to bring crime down.
And I guess a lot of the time there's intel that's at play that we are unaware of, that there may be something that's brewing underneath. But there is a lot of animosity right now in DC in general, with a lot of people who've been left unemployed. So we know that that's an issue. We know there was an increase in violent crimes that's there, and even though it's down year on year, there may be intel that's at play here that we're unaware of, that if we had it for the LA riots, we wouldn't have needed 4,000 troops and 700 Marines.
And I think the economy situation in Washington's D.C. is interesting because we know Doge happened. We know there's been huge federal cuts with throughout the government. And a lot of people are saying the economy, you know, in Washington, D.C., if we look at it as a tiny place, it's beginning to crumble because these cuts have happened and so many people have had to move out of Washington, D.C. They can't afford it anymore. And people aren't going to the local coffee shops. They aren't going to the sandwich bars at lunchtime. There's not that thriving economy like there was before.
I think there is, but I think Trump and his administration seem to be trying to focus more on what, you know, they seem to be calling them sort of mentally deranged and nutcases and all these kind of phrases, which I've been to Washington. I haven't seen too many of people like that when I was there. But I just think the optics are just bizarre. Do you not think it's when you look about the last time we had sort of violent outrage in Washington, you know, was related to the Capitol, which was, again, you know,
and the National Guard was deployed at the Capitol riots that did happen. So we did see
exactly.
that.
So I think it's bizarre that the White House isn't seeing the sort of contradiction and the weird optics of that. But I think they probably just don't care, really, to be honest.
And to be honest, you know, there was a 2-hour meeting when he announces, and he did have big people standing next to him. That's something that struck out to me. You know, when he made this announcement about the National Guard going to Washington, D.C., it was Donald Trump, it was Pam Bondi, it was Pete Hegseth, and it was Kash Patel from the FBI. You know, this is the top of the government announcing something like this. And some people are saying, is he trying to flood the zone to detract from other things that are happening?
I mean, we've seen distraction techniques from the administration before, so stranger things have happened. But the question would be that if this is some sort of an experiment to look and see if he's going to bring the crime rate down and reduce the significant violent crimes.
As you said, it's already going down anyway.
It's already going down. If you look at statistically year on year, he's come in with a good book here, so to speak. It's already open on a drop by 35%. He wants to get it down to pretty much close to zero. But maybe New York, Chicago could be next. You really don't know. It depends on how well this works out. Is it a distraction technique? I don't know. There's so many plates that are spinning for the administration right now. It's difficult to know what story from Epstein we're trying to distract from this week. But it does seem to have done the job. And 23 arrests in one night doesn't seem like a lot, given that you've got 4,000 troops on the ground. So you'd have to question how viable this is going to be in the long term and how long this is going to last.
But it's definitely part of this sort of authoritarian sort of playbook. If you look at what we saw with sort of Harvard and a lot of the universities, and we've seen sort of the announcement of sort of clamp down on the Smithsonian Institute and what people can see in sort of art galleries. So it's all just part of this general authoritarian narrative, and you just kind of worry, like, what impact is that going to have sort of globally in terms of rising sort of, you know, anti-American sentiment and that kind of thing. So if I was American, I would be concerned about what's happening.
Well, I don't know if the US cares so much about, and you worry about, if tourism inward is one of the things that I don't know if America cares about, because it doesn't fit in to the Make America Great Again narrative.
No, exactly.
And I think you'd mentioned that tourism was already down in the US. I don't know if Trump minds about that.
No, it was up in 2023 and it was up in 2024, and it's projected to be down in negative in 2025. Even though globally it's already up. So it does show that people are going less to America, particularly Canadians, which is no surprise. But like you said, I don't think Trump really cares what
it doesn't fit with the narrative. It doesn't fit with his narrative. I don't think he needs tourists, so to speak.
And it's such an interesting point, isn't it? Because there's also, we saw the ICE agents on the ground when it comes to migrants. You know, we've seen the National Guard being deployed. But like Rob Artlett said to me earlier, Trump's main goal is peace and prosperity, and that's what the MAGA base do really want, if you think about it in many respects. But thanks so much for your thoughts on that. Now let's move on to another story. And for around 700,000 teenagers in England, A and T level results this week could help shape their whole future. But more students are asking a really big question. Is university actually still worth it? With rising tuition fees, record debt and a shrinking pay gap with non-graduates, the value of a degree is now under scrutiny. And of course, with AI reshaping the workforce, the future of higher education has never been more uncertain. And I think this is such an interesting conversation, Shane.
Yeah.
University, should people bother? Was it worth it, guys?
I'm going to say yes, and I did get called a snob at the weekend. So, but I definitely do think a university degree is worth it if you have the chance and you can do it, and it's open to you. But it does worry me what we were talking about before in terms of just the level of debt, especially in the US. I don't think you have the same level of debt in most other countries or in the UK, and it is worrying that the salary differences in the UK, and in particular between graduates and those who haven't gone to university. But I just generally think the life education that you get going to university is very good in terms of that it shows you've got commitment to actually follow through on a 3-year course and finish something, which to a potential employer, if you're like 20, is actually something of merit, and you can show what sort of how hard you worked. It shows a reflection of what you might be like as a potential employee. So I think, like we were saying as well, my degree didn't really get me into journalism, but it got me into the first interview, which then opened the doors. So that's a long answer to a yes. I think it's definitely still worth it.
I think you have to really take how much money is being spent, and this is based on the UK as well. You leave university owing about $70,000 US, and that's for up to 40 years. You could be paying back that, which is a lifetime of that is more than a mortgage of a commitment. Now, as you mentioned, the graduate versus non-graduate difference is about $9,000 US from a non-graduate towards a graduate, and that's $9,000 is a fraction of the cost that you've spent, and tuition fees are going at around $12,000, with the cost of living going up at around $77,000 over 3 years. That is a daunting price tag by any standards. Taking into consideration that AI can now do a lot of those entry-level graduate jobs, you have to wonder really how much of a difference is it going to make. And in the great big world and the great big scheme of things, is on-the-job experience really going to outweigh somebody's degree?
So I think this is such a fascinating question, because when I think about university, it was the best years of my life. You know, I went to university in London. I was in my young 20s. I made my best friends at university. You learn to live on your own independently. You know, for a personal growth thing, it's amazing. Your critical thinking, debate in university, you know, all of that kind of happens. But then at the same time, I do agree with you, because I think right now, I didn't pay that much for university. It was only a couple of years I went, but it was a bit cheaper. You know, right now, would I want to be in all that debt again? And also, would it just be better off to do an apprenticeship if you do a plumber, an electrician? You've got a trade for life, and that trade can help you travel all over the world. That trade can help you work in different countries. And essentially, is that a better way to go now? And the only people who go to university, they go, you know, to be doctors and to be lawyers. You know, do we need to just have those top-level degrees now and no longer paying a fortune for ones that possibly just get you in the door but you don't use?
What I think on this, and this is my own personal experience, I would agree. 3 years well spent from my point of view, from a social element. And I learned so much about myself.
We would have been friends at university.
I think so, yeah, I think so. What I learned about myself as a person, I think what I learned about the great big world was invaluable.
Yeah.
There were friends of mine who equally at the same time were studying apprenticeships for trades jobs, who I think learned the same, if not more, but were getting paid while they were doing it. And so there was that difference, and I had to take a side job in order for me to fund part of myself and then rely on the bank of mum and dad for the rest of it. Would I do it again? Yes, of course I would. Did I utilise anything that I learned there in the real world, considering that my degree is remarkably close to what I'm doing for a job? Not so much, to be honest with you. Did enough people ask to see that degree after I left to justify the small amount of money that I paid, given there was free education at the time in Ireland where I studied? No, I don't feel like. I think if I'd spent $100,000 on that degree, I would want to wear it around my neck, and I would want everybody to ask me what I scored as a result. Unfortunately, the reality was that after you have your first job, it then becomes the on-the-job experience that you have, which I even think journalism in itself, I learned more in 6 months on the job than I ever learned in 3 years.
And Shane and I would probably agree with that. We're, you know, as journalists.
Although I do remember when I was starting off, they said, don't do a journalism degree, do just a general arts degree, and you do politics and history, and you learn it, because a lot of the time people go to journalism degrees and then realise they don't like it. And you basically have to learn to write. And I ended up doing a psychology degree and then just used the psychology for nefarious purposes, you could argue. But I did have to look up a stat as well. And actually, there was a global one done in 2024, and people who go to college actually have a better mortality rate and they live longer. But you kind of wonder, is that because people go to college are healthier, or is it people who come out of college are healthier? I don't really know the causality.
Or is it because there's also that it's once again the wealthy that can afford to go. It's that difference, isn't there, when it comes to the economies, like you say, socioeconomic differences. But another thing that I thought was quite interesting is, you know, in the UK, they're having junior doctors' strikes, and the junior doctors are saying we're not earning enough money for all that we've done. They had to study for 7 years, so the volume of debt and student loan they have is far greater than people who've just done a 3-year degree. And, you know, they also have to go on placements, and it's very expensive to do. And the British government now is saying, actually, instead of giving them pay rise, should we just cancel all their student debt so that doesn't come out of their pay packets for the next 70, 40, however many years it might take? And that's actually not a bad argument.
No, I would agree. Like I was lucky as well. I went to Ireland when it was free education, and probably if I had to pay for it, I might have studied harder. There is that sort of correlation. But I definitely think the doctors, that is a good way of let's wipe out their debt rather than give them a pay increase. But I don't know, I'd have to do the maths and see how the exchequer, how that would work out. But the other thing I was thinking about as well was that when I was at home sort of recently, and I was talking to like the young people who are, you know, in secondary school, I think a lot of it is there's a whole problem with just the grading system, and you know, you have to do all of the English, geography. It's all based on basically English language, how good you are at that. But I've seen with some of my nieces and nephews that they get amazing results sort of in math. But that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to be very good at English. But so I think sometimes just the grading system, whether you get an A, B, or a C, is more a correlation of how good you are at writing as opposed to
memory.
Or memory.
Test.
Exactly. So I think
the
education system is probably good for a good review and in general, rather than just, you know, should you go to university?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that. I think it's wrong from the get-go. You're learning stuff that you're never going to use in the real world.
You haven't used algebra?
Surprisingly, I don't run into algebra situations that often in my life where I have to figure out what is the hypotenuse.
You don't have your geometry set anymore.
You know, I don't think many people have asked me Pythagoras' theorem in the last 72 hours.
Exactly.
Again, I think if it's all about memory and that's how you're going to educate people, then you're literally testing to find out how much you can retain in your grey matter. And for a lot of people who are in the creative field, who are likely to be on one, if not several spectrums, it can be almost impossible to rack focus and attention for an exam. And I think, you're right. It's probably wrong from where it stems. And maybe we need to look, because a lot of the jobs that kids who are in school now will be doing are not even in existence yet.
No, and I speak to my
exactly,
nephew, who's a teenager, and like that story said, it's all AI now.
Yeah.
Anyway, so is the whole job market going to change? And is the schooling system completely redundant?
And it should be just more generally vocational. Like, I was quite lucky. I did what we call fourth year back in those days, where you did work experience on a Wednesday. And I originally wanted to be a vet, believe it or not.
So did I.
And I did loads of science subjects. And then I went onto a farm and realised I don't want to be a vet. So I went to the local newspaper. But I think that's, when you're 15, 16, having to make those vocational decisions, that's why I think there should be more vocational involvement rather than a focus on academia.
That's a very good point, actually. All three of us wanted to be vets. I did my work experience at a vet and realised it probably wasn't for me, and I became a journalist. So let's move on now to another story. And finally, Jono and Shane, you have come up with the best part of the show, a couple of quirky stories. Jono, and yours was all about online dates, and does it really work, and do they really stick together?
Yeah, so it's bad news for couples who met online, because you're more likely to be unhappy and less happy in love, and also have less marital satisfaction as well. That's a brand new study that said this as well. You have the love intensity at the very start, but you don't have the same intensity that somebody who meets in person and has that love at first sight moment, which I think, by the way, is rubbish. But when they've checked into this, 16% of people who met their partners online ended up sticking with them, whereas that number rises to 21% among people who had that love at first sight moment. And also, you're twice as likely to have met your partner online if you met post 2010 than you are from before that as well. So it does beg the question, are you happier if you've met your partner in real life and fallen in love by seeing each other, or are you better off meeting online and going, let's give it a go and see? Which is the big question?
Well, I think it's an interesting question, because I met my boyfriend online, and obviously it's such a fascinating experience, because I didn't really know if it would really work, but it has worked so far, so that's a good thing. But I think when you meet someone online, you actually vet them out a little bit more. I think love at first sight can be a trap, because that's also happened to me in my life, and I felt like I was swept away in a trap rather than vetting that person, which I should have done. So I don't know.
I would question the statistics of it, because I generally think, I know a lot of people who met online back in the old days, and they lied about it.
Plenty of fish.
What?
Was it Plenty of Fish?
That's the website.
That was a website.
The thing is, I had a BlackBerry which didn't support any of that.
Oh my
so I was
gosh.
like at a disadvantage. So luckily I met my wife through Friends, which I think it should be like vetted by friends. I think would be a good act.
Friends Reunited. That was it.
Again, I think there's a lot of websites that will do this, where they'll match you on compatibility and say this person's ideally suited to you because you both like fish, you both enjoy going for sushi, whatever the case may be, that you can find some commonality, which means you're already on a better footing to start off with. But the statistics indicate that actually you're off to a bad start, because this is based upon something that's so fickle.
I agree with that, because I think that sometimes you can meet someone who you've got nothing in common with. Well, a few things, but not major things, but you're really attracted to them and your personalities just work. So I don't always know if it's common interest. I think there's more of an animal instinct when it comes to things like that.
We're shallow. That's what it is. And this proves that even more so than that. However, the statistic still stands that 75% of marriages are going to end in divorce, which is shockingly high.
And guess what? Especially if you're younger than 30, it's higher than that. It's 90%. And apparently, if you're, that's quite high if you get married. So those marriages don't last as long.
You can just marry again and again, Liz Taylor. You can just marry again and again until you find out you got it right.
Or people are just on their phones too often, and they're not talking to their partner, and they're on their phones, then they're on the apps, and they're already looking for a new partner, or they've got divorced.
Going to a Coldplay concert.
YOLO. Go to a Coldplay concert. Shane, there's this new kind of toothpaste that's happening. Maybe people should brush their teeth more, then they'll stay married longer. But tell me a little bit about why it's so unusual.
It's from researchers in King's College London, which sounds very posh, so I'm sure it's absolutely true. And apparently it's going to come in about 2 to 3 years. So it's toothpaste, but it's made from human hair.
Oh, that's disgusting.
But, okay, here's the science bit.
No.
So it's something called keratin, which is, I don't know, some sort of protein. It doesn't really matter for the discussion. But you get that from your hair, and then that helps your enamel in your teeth and makes it better. So there is some
so it's not like brushing your teeth with hair.
No,
essentially they extract the keratin from the hair.
Yeah.
Well, I've bleached my hair, so I've no keratin in, so my hair would be useless.
You get it from your nails as well. So
yeah, exactly.
It's made from, right?
Exactly. But because I've gotten quite obsessed, I've had a lot of conversations about teeth recently. This is probably why I picked this story.
Okay.
Purely because probably I've seen a lot of people who've clearly been to Turkey, and Katie Price, and who's actually gone to Turkey again, apparently.
I just saw on a flight there, Jet2 one, they said budget airline to Turkey. She was. Yeah.
But I was just thinking before, like, do you remember your grandparents used to have false teeth and you could take them out and put it in a jar? I'd be quite on for that, to be honest. You know, you put contact lenses in your eyes, you put makeup on, you put clothes on. Can you not just, like, put your new teeth in the morning?
Apparently it's more drama than it's worth. Is what, and I take it from a reliable source.
What, the turkey teeth or the dentures?
No, the dentures.
Okay.
It's more drama than it's worth, and my dad said it's always a fair sign that you've moved on in life when your teeth no longer sleep with you. So I think that's probably, you want to keep them for as long as you can. But with turkey teeth and the advent of that, I don't know if we need to be putting human hair keratin into a toothpaste. Like, what's wrong with Colgate?
It led me to look up stats again, as usual. So I did. Have we got time to look at who are the best teeth countries?
We literally have. If you can do it for me in 1 minute.
Okay, weirdly, number one country is Qatar.
With the best teeth?
Yes, and the people who have the best cleaning their teeth discipline are Italian.
Wow.
And the worst?
UK is not that high. And the USA, because they have lots of sugar drinks, their teeth aren't great.
I always thought the Brits had really bad teeth.
I think it's a stereotype and you can't
No,
buy into
I did think that. I do think that.
They have the lowest percentage of brushing after meals. So.
Yeah. Anyway, at least we've all got our own teeth. And we can end the show on the positive note. Thank you to today's guests, Shane McGinley, business editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we're looking ahead to Friday's summit in Alaska between Presidents Trump and Putin. We'll be asking, what can we expect to emerge from those talks? Should the talks be happening at all? And what happens if nothing emerges? We'll be putting those questions and more to our panel of guests today. Hello and welcome. An online summit between the US President Donald Trump, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and European leaders has been held today. These talks come ahead of a planned summit between Presidents Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin on Friday. Well, the Ukrainian leader is not expected at that meeting in Alaska, raising concerns that Kyiv could be pressured into an unfavorable agreement, one which could result in Ukraine making territorial concessions to Russia. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to John Kavalik, who is the senior editor at Issue Insight. He joins us now from New York. John, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Let me just start by asking you this. Do you think those talks in Anchorage, Alaska, should be happening right now? Or do you think, as some suggest, this all looks a little bit hasty?
You're going to find constituencies that believe both to be true. President Trump, rightly or wrongly, believes that he and the United States have a role to play, and he feels that this is the moment to do it. From his perspective, he's on a political role in terms of international issues that his administration has tackled and what he believes successfully. So it makes sense for him. Now, you look to Europe, you look to the European Union, you look to the government of Ukraine, you looked at some of the countries that support Ukraine, and they're going to, they have the fear that President Trump is going to negotiate something that they don't want. But the simple fact remains that President Trump is looking out first for the United States and secondly for what's good for Ukraine.
Okay, so what do you think we can expect to emerge from Friday's talks? Because obviously, everyone's been quite careful about managing expectations. This does it, lead to an end to the war? What's the most we can hope for, though?
I think you probably see a bifurcated result. First is President Putin is going to be bringing with him his team that is focused on money, his team's focused on the image, the optics, and they're going to be focusing on the non-Ukraine related aspect of the U.S.-Russia relationship. And it's really important that people remember that this isn't all about Ukraine, this meeting in Alaska. This is about the U.S.-Russia bilateral relationship. So President Putin knows that if you want to discuss that component of the relationship, meaning give President Trump some deliverables, some things that he'll be happy with, then you're talking about the Arctic, you're talking about potential energy deals, you're talking about what potentially comes after a resolution of the Ukraine issue. And so it's really important that people don't forget that there's a bilateral relationship here that President Trump is focusing on.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether you think perhaps the timing is more in favor of one side than the other, because clearly on the battlefield, it does seem that Russia has not just the upper hand, but that they're really accelerating their advance at a pace not seen in several months. Do you think going into these talks give President Putin the upper hand?
It absolutely does. You've got a separation between what people want to have happen, i.e. just and lasting peace, and then what's the reality and what's the likely outcome. And the likely outcome is that Russia is going to maintain some or all of the territory it has. What is likely is that Ukraine is going to have to, at some point, look at the Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts and say, okay, if Russia controls 70% of them or 80% of them, then maybe we just move the lines of those oblasts and we shrink them, and then Russia gets to say it controls all of these newly defined oblasts, and we move on. And that's one of the really painful parts of this, is that President Zelensky and members of the European Union, are saying, hey, President Trump, don't give away the ship, don't give away everything. But President Trump looks at this and, the virtual summit, the virtual discussion that he's having today, whenever he hears these European Union leaders talking, immediately he's processing how much are these people spending on their defense, and what's the trade imbalance with the United States? And so that's how he sort of cuts in and cuts off when he hears these individuals telling him what he should be doing vis-a-vis Ukraine. So he just wants to get to the next phase and then move on from there. And the next phase for him is if he can get a ceasefire or anything that can be perceived as a ceasefire in any way, shape, or form, then he goes back to, well, that's what I originally wanted, so now I've done what I said I'm going to do. And if Europe wants to spend $50, $60, $70 billion a year for the next unknown years fighting Russia, then be my guest. You can purchase what you want from the United States, but U.S. taxpayers aren't going to be involved, and we're going to try to move on. And the danger for Ukraine, the danger for the European Union, is that President Putin comes to Alaska, which with some really compelling opportunities, and President Trump says, you know, we can take some of these opportunities and engage now while the Ukraine-Russia war is going on. And so that's why everyone needs to be realistic and separate and maybe move closer to what they want and what is likely, because President Trump is more on the what is likely side than what is maybe just in the last.
Yeah, I mean, John, if I were in President Putin's shoes, I would do everything possible to drive a wedge between the Americans and the Europeans. I mean, there's already a bit of a wedge there now, some might argue, but to really try to prize that wedge even further apart. I mean, do you think that's sort of roughly what we're going to be expecting to see happen on Friday?
There'll be a lot of smiling faces and unknown how long the discussions are going to go for, and then how the discussions are framed is going to be important in terms of the optics. There's going to be the initial, which is President Putin with his team sitting across from President Trump and his team. And then you're going to go to the bilateral, President Trump and President Putin with their translators. Now, President Putin does speak English, so President Putin potentially could say to President Trump, hey, let just the two of us go and talk. More likely, though, there'll be the two translators. And how long each of those last is going to be very telling in terms of what the outcomes are. And basically, the longer they talk, the more concerned the European Union and Ukraine should be. The less time that they all spend together generally would present that there really wasn't a lot to discuss, and President Putin didn't make a lot of changes to what he wants. President Trump didn't make changes to what he wants. So they've met, they've done the handshake, everyone's taken photographs, and then they move on. But if the meetings go long, then I think Ukraine and the European Union are going to have to really think about how they want to next engage President Trump, because President Trump is focused on, rightly or wrongly, what he believes is the reality of all of this. And he looks at the map and he says, okay, we're into 4 years and not much has changed. Is it really likely that Russia's going to give up the territory that it's spent a lot of money and a lot of people dying and getting hurt to conquer? And the answer is no. And then he looks at Ukraine and he says, all right, you're saying that you don't want to give this up. Well, I don't want to do things as well, but sometimes you're going to have to get this over with. And then lastly, where President Zelensky and the European Union are saying, look, we don't settle this now, we're going to revisit this because Putin's going to try again. He wants it again. President Trump hears that and he says, well, let's look at the actuarial tables. President Putin eventually will not be president of Russia. So, and President Trump's going to be there for another 3.5 years. So in President Trump's world, his world is 3.5 years. What can he make happen and then last through his term in office? And those are very, very different outcomes than what Ukraine and the European Union and NATO want versus what President Trump wants.
Everyone will remember that visit to North Korea by President Trump in 2019, so 6 years ago. I mean, didn't really change a huge amount, although it was front page news, very much a breaking news story right across the globe, and made for some great photo opportunities. I mean, is there a danger, this is my last question to you, is there a danger this summit in Anchorage, Alaska is a bit of a repeat of that exercise? Some handshakes, some photographs, and not a lot of substance?
Absolutely. But I would suggest that you need to look at the perspectives of President Trump and President Putin. If that's all that happens, they agree to continue to disagree, President Trump comes back, and as Secretary of the Treasury Bassett has suggested that there could be, new sanctions placed on Russia if Russia doesn't do anything. But let's say Russia just doesn't agree to make any changes, and there's no softening of the distance between what President Putin viscerally in his heart wants, which is all of Ukraine, and what we all know the Russian Federation, the armed forces of the Russian Federation has the capacity to do, which is they do not have the capacity to take Ukraine territorially. So President Putin has limitations. President Trump has limitations. But President Trump's how he values this meeting is much less so than how President Zelensky and the European Union and members of NATO do, because President Trump is a performer. He looks at everything from a production value and from an optics value. And for him, if all that happens is another Kim Jong-il with North Korea, then he's okay with that for the moment, because in his mind, he's doing, and this is like a broken record, he's doing what Joe Biden didn't do. Joe Biden kept arming Ukraine, kept the war going, and President Trump in 7 months has just tried to stop the war. So in his mind, he's able to say, I'm doing what Joe Biden didn't do. I'm doing what Obama didn't do in 2000, and Bush and then Obama didn't do in the pre-war to where we are now. So he's going to come back, and in his mind, I tried, and you can't blame me for not trying.
All right, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. John Kavalik, Senior Editor at Issue Insight. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Tobias Ellwood, the former UK Defence Minister. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Arabiya English. What are your expectations of Friday's summit in Anchorage? What do you think is going to be achieved?
A big question. I mean, never have been preparations, from my perspective, for a bilateral summit been so chaotic. I mean, the White House admitted that the logistics, the agenda, even the attendees are still being confirmed. And this isn't quality statecraft. And Putin knows it. Lots has been left to chance, and it all plays into the hands of the Russian leader. There were arrest warrants out that hang over him for his crimes in Ukraine. And now he's being courted by the international community, by America, to discuss a peace deal that neither Ukraine has actually agreed on, and America, I don't think, will help enforce. So it's not surprising that European leaders met today in an emergency session to raise these concerns, these objections, concerned about, I think, the naivety of Trump, rewarding Putin not just with a summit, with being treated as an equal on the international stage, but potentially walking away with possibly 1/5 of Ukraine. And I think this, the worry here is that it completely ignores the wider geopolitics here, the very real threat that Russia is increasingly backed by China poses a wider European security threat. Donald Trump seems to miss that. And if I could just say, putting this all together, reading between the lines, the noises from the Oval Office suggest that actually this summit is almost set to fail. And this will allow Trump to claim he's offered a deal, but neither Ukraine and Russia were interested. So he can say, well, I did my part, but now I'm going to walk away, and I don't really care for Ukraine. I'm not going to bother giving them any more support. That, of course, means that Europe's left to pick up the pieces, and we're left in more increasingly dangerous times.
Because it sounds to me as though you don't think this set of talks should be happening on Friday. If it happens at a later stage, it needs to happen with a whole lot more preparation. What are President Trump's alternatives? What else should he be doing instead of holding these kinds of talks?
Well, just on that point about whether the talks should happen or not. I mean, normally, and we look back in the past at the big meetings that you had between people like Gorbachev and Reagan and so on, these were set piece events, choreographed down to the last detail. Everybody knew the movements. Every moment of the time was managed. And here we simply don't have a clue. And you were just touching on it in that last interview. The last time these two leaders met was 7 or 8 years ago for a bilateral. And the world has changed significantly since then, partly because of Putin's aggression. So this first meeting is about reestablishing that geopolitical relationship. America is supposed to be the leader of the West, supposed to put the views of the free nations forward. And this perhaps is the challenge that we face with Donald Trump, because he's gone, reverse of all the previous American presidents. He no longer supports the very global order that previous presidents have supported, indeed, with Britain, helped construct. He's very happy to see disorder flourish as long as America has its area of influence, even recognizing and supporting other areas of influence by other alpha males on the global picture. And that includes Russia. This is all very different to Europe's approach, and it's coming to a head at this summit.
Yeah, in terms of what we've heard from Washington to sort of help manage expectations about what could or could not be achieved on Friday, President Trump's spokeswoman said the goal was for the president to walk away with a better understanding of how we can end this war. I think this is a listening exercise for the president. I mean, does a listening exercise typically happen at that sort of level, where you have the president of the United States sitting opposite one of the other most powerful men in the world for a listening exercise? Doesn't that typically happen behind the scenes at a much earlier stage, and then at that level they meet to sign the deal or shake hands on a deal? I mean, this is all atypical, isn't it?
Oh, completely. I mean, exactly the case. If we look back in history at the build-up that you had, the back-channel communications, then the foreign ministers that would meet to establish some form of rapport and indeed an agenda. It was Kissinger, exactly what he did when the rapprochement was made with China. You don't simply bring the two together on a whim and hope that you can provide some results, firstly on a ceasefire and an active war, as well as on the wider relationship between an adversary. This is very, very naive indeed. And you're right, he's dialed back a bit. But at the beginning of the week, we were hearing talk of not only just a ceasefire, but land being ceded, territorial gains or swaps, I think was the term that was used. And with Putin walking away with much of the Donbass, that is absolutely unacceptable, not just to Ukraine, but indeed to Western countries, and smacks of 1938, of that Munich Agreement, when land was ceded to the bully, and all that led to was more war. So there's much to be considered here. If this is a learning exercise and Trump benefits from it, all well. But ultimately, this is not what summits are used for. And then it depends, as I hinted at, what Trump does next. I suspect he could easily use this as an excuse just to back away completely if it doesn't go his way.
Mr. Elwood, yesterday we spoke to your former Defence Ministry colleague, Sir Gerald Howarth, and his attitude, and he feels very strongly about Ukraine. It's something very close to his heart. His attitude is Ukraine shouldn't give up 1 inch of its territory. Would you say the same thing?
I would. It's less about Ukraine, much as that's important. It's the principle here, because, of course, China is watching what's going on. It's got its own interests on Taiwan. It sets a precedent as to where we then go from here. Because, of course, if there is some form of agreement, as you were just discussing, Putin will take advantage of that, rearm, regroup, and do it all again. And that is 1938. So Gerald Howarth is absolutely right to stress that. The question we have to ask ourselves is, we're seeing some form of unity today displayed at the Berlin meeting, a coalition of the willing. But why didn't we start gifting the weapon systems to Ukraine? They've got the personnel to do the fighting. They just lacked the lethality to be able to push those troops back. To the point now where we have this stalemate, this paralysis, and Russia is even gaining territory as well. We've been spooked by the nuclear rhetoric that's come out of Moscow. And we've lost that Cold War statecraft to look at our adversary in the eye, conscious of the escalatory ladder, absolutely, but to be able to then push back and control the agenda. We've been reactive the entire time, spooked by what Putin has said, and it's led to where we are today.
I mean, the European leaders have been engaged with President Trump. There's been dialogue. They've been involved. I mean, what do you think they need to be telling President Trump, or what messages do you think they need to be conveying to him ahead of those talks in Alaska on Friday?
Well, having America and Europe on the same page is absolutely critical for security on both continents. Much as America is retreating, becoming more isolationist, if Europe is distracted because America has dialed away, has withdrawn somewhat of interest in Europe, we're then left to face Putin on our own. America will come asking for support in another engagement further down the line, somewhere else in the world, and we won't be able to help because we'll be so involved in dealing with what's going on here. That's exactly what happened in the Second World War. That's back to that 1938 analogy. So it's in everybody's interest for the two to be on the same page. And this summit could be that turning point where either Trump realizes this and realizes that Putin is not our friend. It isn't somebody that America can do business and contractual deals with, but is actually the adversary. And supporting Ukraine is in the wider geopolitical and security interests of us all.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump seems to blow hot and cold with regards to President Putin. I mean, we're saying to an earlier guest, he was saying only last week or a couple of weeks ago, he's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless. I mean, supposing Friday in Anchorage turns out in President Trump's mind to be meaningless, could we see him really lose his temper here and up the ante? Is that a scenario you envisage?
Where I see it rolling out at the moment is unless Donald Trump does have that penny dropping and realizing that supporting Europe and the European agenda is the obvious direction of challenge, the logical direction to go. Unfortunately, I actually see Trump choosing the more isolationist approach, retreating away, simply saying, I've had enough. I've done my piece. I tried to end this, but those around me didn't want to play ball. So I'm backing out completely. Less interested in, I say, in that global order, more concerned about America and America's sphere of influence, which is why he's interested in Canada and Greenland and Panama. What goes on in Ukraine and Europe, well, that's somebody else's problem. I've got China to deal with longer term, but ultimately, that's the lay of the land. That's the new global disorder, and I'm content with it. I'm no longer going to assume the role of previous American presidents and try and rally international support to support the very fragile global order that we see today. So this could be, on a wider scale, a recognition of just how dangerous our world's becoming.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Tobias Ellwood, former UK Defence Minister. Thank you, sir, for your time. Well, staying with Ukraine, let's head to London now, when we can speak to Rear Admiral Chris Parry, a former NATO commander. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us once again here on Arabiya English. Can I just start by asking you, how optimistic are you about that summit between President Trump and President Putin in Alaska on Friday? What do you think can be achieved?
Tom, I think everything's on the table at the moment, but I think we have to recognise that the only person that needs to walk away from this with a deal is President Trump. President Putin right now is doing pretty well in eastern Ukraine on the ground. He really just wants to get any suggestion there will be secondary sanctions or any further provision of armaments to Ukraine stalled in the short term. That's what he wants to achieve, and that's the threat that President Trump can hang over him. But frankly, President Putin can walk away with nothing achieved at this summit. President Trump, as I said, is the one that needs to deliver something.
Do you think the ceding territory is an inevitable outcome for Ukraine when it comes to somehow mapping out a path to peace?
I think Ukraine in the short term is going to have to cede territory, even if it never gives up sovereignty, if you like, in its constitution or indeed in its public attitudes. It's always going to have to commit to getting those territories back. Now, the key thing is with what it cedes is how much it's going to have to cede, whether complete oblasts or provinces have to go to Russia, or indeed we're going to settle along the current front lines. Back in 1939-40, when the Soviet Union had a war with Finland, Finland gave up two sections of land that were critical So the Soviets thought to themselves, but the Soviets also imposed neutrality on the Finns as well. So I think it's not just going to be a question of territory. It's going to be a question of the extent to which President Putin can demilitarize Ukraine and also prevent it from joining NATO or indeed the European Union. It's not just about territory.
And what do you think European allies make of these talks? So do you think there's a sense that this is all a bit hasty? Perhaps these talks shouldn't be being held right now, not least because Russia seems to have very conclusively the upper hand on the battlefield right now.
Yeah. Well, you know, at least they're talking. That's the main thing. President Trump has frankly got President Putin to the table, and that's a good sign. The problem for Europeans right now is that Ukraine's security really is wrapped up in their security as well. And currently, they are complete impotent bystanders. So whatever's achieved between Russia, America, and possibly Ukraine is also not going to take into account really what the Europeans want. They don't have a big vote in this. But of course, whatever happens to Ukraine, as I said, has real implications for the rest of the security in Europe, because once an agreement is reached in Ukraine, that releases nearly 1 million troops to do with what President Putin wants. And that may well be to put pressure on the Baltic, on Sweden and Finland for daring to join NATO. And he's also got, we shouldn't forget, the fact that he's spending 16.4% of his GDP on building up weapons that are clearly not just for use in Ukraine.
What happens if President Trump walks away Friday empty-handed, no sign of a ceasefire, no pathway to a ceasefire? What do you think he'll do then? Do you think he'll just give up on this, or do you think there's a scenario in which he'll turn up the pressure on Russia and start giving Ukraine that much more military hardware to perhaps make Russia have a rethink?
Well, President Trump doesn't like coming away from negotiations without a deal. I think we know that about him. And he'll be looking for something to take home, if you like, to show that he's made a difference. If he's disappointed, then I think his original deadline that he set in place will start ticking away again. And we'll see secondary sanctions imposed on Russia and its allies. We'll also see more armaments going to Ukraine. And I suspect, just like a jilted lover, President Trump will not take it very well at all.
He hasn't managed to obtain a single concession yet, has he, from the Russian side? And yet he appears to have at least toyed with the idea of making various concessions on Ukraine's behalf. I mean, have you identified one single concession that the Russians have made these last 7 months?
No, and they don't need to. They've been under no pressure to do that. They also know that time is on their side. They have the mass. They know Ukraine can't continue fighting this war in human or material terms forever. And they're also occupying over 1/5 of Ukrainian territory. I've always said from day one of this war that the Russian agenda is to actually control the whole of the bottom third of Ukraine. That includes Odessa and probably Moldova as well next door, so they can cut Ukraine off from the Black Sea and basically take over most of its industrial and agricultural heartlands. That will enable Russia to dominate the world supply in some vital commodities. We've got to understand, I think, that while he's moving forward, there's very little incentive for President Putin to come to any sort of terms at all. And he'll use the occasion to basically put pressure on war-weary Europeans and Ukrainians to stop the war on conditions that are favourable to Russia and not to Europe, I would suggest.
And if he does that, I mean, clearly Russia's not going to stop there. I mean, a lot of the commentators we've spoken to have harked back to speeches made by President Putin in not so very many years ago, in which he talked about, you know, nostalgia for the Soviet Union, reconstructing the Soviet Union. I mean, he's not going to stop at Ukraine, is he?
Well, that's right. But of course, as soon as he goes anywhere else, he comes up against NATO and the collective agreement around Article 5, which means an attack on one is an attack on all. That's a different prospect altogether. And as long as the Americans stay in, Europe and America together within NATO are more than a match to deter and possibly defeat Russia if they try any incursions into NATO territory.
So just to summarize, I mean, do you think President Trump's deal-making powers are up to striking some sort of a meaningful deal on Friday?
I think his negotiating powers are up to striking a temporary ceasefire and truce, which will be the basis of further discussions. Do I think it will lead immediately to a lasting, secure peace in Europe and a new security architecture? Absolutely not. We are nowhere near that at the moment. I think the best he can hope for is a ceasefire on the ground. That also has, of course, disadvantages. It enables Russia to restock its war supplies, train more men, and come back again at any time it wants. At the same time, it'll give false hope to the Europeans and to the Ukrainians, and that will have an effect, I think, on morale over the coming year.
Just lastly, I mean, first standalone meeting between these two men since, I believe, 2018, when Presidents Trump and Putin met in Helsinki. I mean, do you think, just looking back, it was a long time ago, it was 7 years ago, but do you get the impression there's a decent chemistry between these two men?
I think you're right, Tom. I think 7 years ago there probably was. I don't think there is now. And we've got two rutting stags here. Only one of them can really win. And I think that's what we're going to see both on Friday and in subsequent weeks. This is a winner-takes-all sort of contest, and I don't see compromise being the order of the day, to tell you the truth. President Trump needs to walk away with something that is really tangible. President Putin needs to walk away with something he can go to Russia and say, look, I said I was going to deal with Ukraine, and I've dealt with it.
OK, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Rear Admiral Chris Parry, former NATO commander, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Thomas Pickering, who's a former US ambassador to Russia, who served there during the 1990s. Ambassador Pickering, thank you very much indeed for your time. We've heard from President Trump some frustration in recent weeks about President Putin. One of the things he said he's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless. What do you think is going to be different on Friday?
It's going to be very interesting because there are a number of areas that remain in dispute, some of which President Trump has apparently indicated a high degree of flexibility, in part probably to attract President Putin to the meeting as a way of beginning the activities. Some think that a lot of this is also designed somehow to relieve the pressure on the White House of the Epstein issues, which are an entirely different question, but it is often part of the practice in the White House to create or pursue other questions, to mask or push away questions they don't wish to have discussed. But this one has replete with areas of differences over territory, differences over NATO membership, difference over President Zelensky's attendance, differences over the evacuation of forces from the disputed territories, differences over can President Zelensky count on American guarantees. These are all part of what is clearly the intended agenda, at least in terms of how analysts, commentators, and other diplomats see the unfolding of the Alaska meeting. We do not have yet clear indications from what are leaked briefings beyond those particular issues, except deep concern in Europe that President Trump has apparently collapsed on a number of issues to bring President Putin on board, and then to see whether, by listening, as he phrases it, he can work out the notion of whether President Putin is malleable in a negotiated outcome, and whether he can, among other things, bring President Zelensky and or the Europeans into the framework in some way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, President Volodymyr Zelensky is concerned about this summit. He's described the fact that it's happening at all as a personal victory for President Putin. John Bolton also seems concerned. He's obviously the former national security advisor, since fallen out with President Trump, but he's suggesting this is something of a propaganda coup for President Trump. I mean, have those two men got a point, do you think?
Yes, they do. John Bolton and I have worked together in the past, but very little agreement between us on outlooks. But I certainly respect what he's had to say about his observations about President Trump, on which he has been more forthright and more clear in his appreciation of some of the problems and a good source for understanding them.
What are your expectations of Friday? What do you think we can reasonably expect President Trump to deliver after holding those talks with President Putin?
At the most would be first steps toward a ceasefire, whether 30 days or more permanent. Certainly the desire is a more permanent ceasefire. And how and in what way the issue of territory is dealt with. The Russians are ferociously interested in assuring that everything they currently control and perhaps additional pieces of territory would be added to their conquest in the aggression against Ukraine, and therefore become part of President Putin's sense that force has produced victory for him. That would all be certainly very difficult for President Zelensky and the Ukrainians to absorb, and the Europeans, who would see this as an elevation of Russian objectives and Russian ambitions over fairness, equality, and indeed the balance that often has to characterize a diplomatic solution to make it acceptable to both sides.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the timing, I mean, it would obviously suit President Putin for the war to carry on, really for as long as he wants it to. And at this particular moment, the Russians definitely have the upper hand on the battlefield. Hard to deny that. They seem to have made some very rapid advances in recent weeks. I mean, do you think that there is an element of this, that President Putin is merely playing for time?
There is, and it's a concern. And one wonders in whether stringing along, as he apparently is doing, President Trump is a strategy which can produce results. He has to face the prospect of additional sanctions were he not to come forward in a way that began to meet President Trump's desires. President Zelensky has even worse problems because in the past, American presidents have followed the maxim, no Ukrainian solution without Ukraine involved. And that is obviously an essential element of successful diplomacy, that big powers making solutions over the heads of others leaves what I would call a tainted path behind in terms of trust in the great powers and the leadership of the great powers, particularly the U.S. with the Europeans, which is in some jeopardy now, if I could be conservative in stating it.
What's your opinion? Do you think Ukraine should and will give up some of its territory in the interests of securing peace?
It's the $64 million question, Tom. It appears as if President Trump is apparently accounting on his influence to be able to leverage something along those lines in an apparent sense that territorial resolution between the two sides, with neither side getting their whole ambition, if we could put it this way, in territorial terms, is kind of the growing template, if we could call it that, of a solution among many observers of the problem. It is equally painful for many, and one never likes to see a diplomatic solution which ratifies aggression in the hands of the aggressor.
Let's imagine a scenario in which nothing is achieved in
Anchorage, Alaska on Friday. It turns out to be a bit like the North Korea photo opportunity and nothing much beyond that. Is that scenario politically dangerous for President Trump, do you think? Is this risky?
I think that any scenario that risks the possibility of say, midterm electoral change in the composition of the Senate and House in the United States is something that Trump cannot wish to see aided and abetted by his actions in Alaska. And that's only the first. Obviously, he faces a question, as do a number of the contenders on the international scene, including Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Putin, that the loss of office might lead to greater difficulties, including arrest, imprisonment, and so on, for things that have happened in the past, for which they are now protected by being holders of high office.
And if these talks yield no results, I mean, do you see a scenario in which President Trump says, right, well, we've done our best, now we're going to up the ante, and suddenly starts giving Ukraine even more aid than perhaps they were receiving before and helping them to win this war? Could that be a scenario?
It could be a scenario, but it risks what we would all look at as a kind of recreation of Munich in terms of 1939 and Neville Chamberlain and the political disadvantages he suffered personally and beyond politically as a result of that kind of behavior. So the collapse, if I could put it this way, of an effort to bring about a successful peace, ceasefire, and territorial settlement, a very big bite to chew on, to say nothing of the other ancillary issues, is not something that either President Trump or, I think, President Putin could wish for. And the big uncertainty of Alaska is, can they work out a solution? And can they work out a solution that, quote, that passes muster in terms of the political, security, economic circumstances of how and in what way that solution is widely received among many people who are concerned and affected by it, but not part of its negotiation.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. Thomas Pickering, former U.S. ambassador to Russia.
Thank you, Tom. A delight to be with you.
Thank you. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Kazakhstan's the largest of the landlocked countries, covering more than 1 million square miles, while Vatican City, the independent enclave in Rome, is the smallest by both area and population. At the other extreme, the most populous landlocked country is Ethiopia, with more than 100 million people living there. I sat down with Ethiopia's delegate, Member of Parliament, Dr. Fateh Mahdi Wazir, to discuss this. Ethiopia's situation has its own unique issues. You have to deal with climate, you have to deal with borders, as many LLDCs do. What do you see as the priorities for your country?
Yeah, our priority for our country is there are several issues, actually, as you have mentioned. One of the issues is about climate change. And there are a lot of progresses made in regard to tackling or fighting this climate change. Our country is now following green diplomacy, green economy. And we have been planting billions of trees to combat climate change. But now let me come to the point of one of the most priority issue for our country is access to maritime, access to sea. So Ethiopia, as you know, in history, just before 1991, since Eritrea departed, and after that onward, for the past 3 decades almost, we lost our access to the sea. Of course. And this has created a lot of problems, disadvantages for our country. And that we have been feeling a lot, the impacts, the effects of being landlocked. So in the history, Ethiopia, since its existence, it's a very rich country with histories, you know, more than 3,000 years of age. Actually, it is a place where the birth of citizens, the birth of the nations has been found in Afar region, as you know. But after that, since the independence of Eritrea, we lost access to sea.
You also then had to deal with conflict.
Yes, the conflict is now almost stopped. Mm-hmm. It's already in peace. We don't have any issues with borders nowadays.
I mean, in the build up to this point now where things are settled, you did also have that issue of being landlocked, dealing with conflict and of course climate. Yes.
All through these hurdles, but now the most important critical issue is gaining access to seaport, because this access to seaport, why it is important? There are several issues that we can raise. The most important, the critical issue is economic. Because our economy has to change. Our population is increasing. Ethiopia population is expected to increase a lot. In the near future, it is going to be more than 200 million. Now it is 130 million. So this population, the economy, the demand, the progress, as you know, Ethiopia is also one of the leading in economic development. In East Africa, growth has been attained 8-point growth. It has been accepted by IMF and other reporters, also international reporters. They have witnessed this growth. So the economy is growing, changing, the population is increasing. We have to create job employment. We have to create this. So we are paying very extra amount of payments for port services to other neighboring countries. And almost 90% of our commodity, import and export, is coming through only one port, Djibouti port. 90% of Ethiopia's import and export goods. And the facility, the services, the costs, the payments, and even reliance only, dependence only on a single port is making us vulnerable to so many problems.
Now, the United Nations Secretary General talked about the need for LLDCs to be more united, to be able to help each other, and of course for the world to recognize the stresses, such as Ethiopia, which is the most populous LLDC as well, yes. To be able to be granted access to borders and ports as well. Do you think at a conference like this, there will be that people will listen and realize how important it is for there to be more support for LLDCs?
Yeah, you know, in the conference, there are so many issues and the points raised. His Excellency Antonio Guterres also he mentioned several important key pointers. What is important now is, as you have mentioned, unity between the two countries. Also, if you remember, there is United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which gives a right for landlocked countries to access sea through negotiating with bilateral negotiations with neighboring countries through agreements. This is international law signed by a lot of countries. So what is important now is to bring the laws into practice. And when these landlocked countries, when they get access to the sea, they are not only the one to benefit. It is a benefit for the region. It's a benefit for the neighboring country too. You know, goods and people, they have the right for free movement, international free movement. What is produced in one region is not produced in another region. What is available in Europe is not available in Africa. What's available in Africa is not in another country. What's available in Ethiopia is not available in Djibouti. What's available in Kenya is not available in Somalia, maybe, if we see the East Africa. So products, goods, services, they have to be freely moved. If you see European Union, you know, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, he also mentioned, so European Union, they have, you know, landlocked countries, some of them, but they get access to, from the neighboring countries with agreement. That didn't create any problem for them. But together they progress and they prosper together.
Now, what you're talking about is that kind of unity where people work together. For your country, for Ethiopia, how much are things complicated by the fact we now have the US with some fairly punishing tariffs on countries around the world? How much does that affect what you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, I mean, you know, diplomatic negotiations are always important. You know, one thing happening in one corner of a country because of globalization is affecting you, whether tariffs or custom procedures or anything, they have impact for sure. But I don't say the effect is this much because I don't have concrete data. As a legislator, I am from the parliament. It will have impact, of course, but we need to work together, especially if you are a landlocked and the World Trade Organization system, you are not fully practicing and enjoying equal rights, which is, you can say it is injustice. On top of that, if there are tariffs and other bans, it will fuel the problem for this landlocked country, especially when you are landlocked. When tariff costs are imposed on you, it will be a fuel on what you call it, on a fire. So it will increase the vulnerability. It will have for sure impact on the economy because the movement of goods, trade relations, connections between countries, whether developed and developing, between developing countries, between developed nations, is important. And we need to work on World Trade Organization framework. Ethiopia is trying to enter into this accession to World Trade Organization, and there are successful moves. It is in the last stage now. But to enjoy fully World Trade Organization fruits, you have to have access to the sea.
Sir, thank you so much for your time. Mongolia is another vast country that's landlocked and has no direct access to seaports. But with Russia and China as its neighbors, it does have access to two huge markets. The Mongolian First Deputy Prime Minister received a warm welcome in Avaza at the start of the conference and told me about his country's priorities. I wonder, Minister, at a time when a lot of the world is feeling pressure from countries like the USA because of tariffs and sort of a sense of borders closing and protectionism, how that impacts your country and what role you feel you can have in perhaps realigning or helping to realign world trade strategy. What role Mongolia can play?
За энэ геополитикийн асуудлууд, энэ ойролт орны мөргөлдөөн, энэ Америкийн худалдааны
So in terms of uncertainties around the world and trade wars, it has a direct impact on the global economy. However, Mongolia's economy is dependent on the mining and raw materials industry. And we export 90% of our mineral products, and those go mostly to China. So trade wars have an impact on our neighboring countries and also on our export volume. And that has an effect on the supply and demand dynamics of the steel industry, for example. And indirectly, that decreases the price of our key commodities, the ones that Mongolia exports. So from that perspective, our export revenue is expected to decrease as of this year. It has already decreased 40% year on year. So that just means we have to be very prudent with our budget expenditure, not just in terms of operational expenditure, but also capital expenditure.
Тэр замаар одоо өөрийнхөө бүтээгдэхүүнийг тухайн одоо бүс нутгийн зах зээл рүү гаргах.
And we have to reprioritize what's important and essential, and also budget-friendly. So that has been our key policy regarding short-term actions back home and also going forward globally.
Ажиллаж байна. За тэгээ мэдээж ийм үед бол эдгээр эдийн засаг ингээд агшаад.
It is also very important to be mindful of all these changing circumstances. And that is why the call for multilateralism at the United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries is very important. Because these issues and challenges we face are common to all of us in one way or another. And we have to make joint efforts to manage these shared challenges.
Land degradation and desertification is a major concern for Mongolia, along with many landlocked countries. The first Deputy Prime Minister intends to focus on these when Mongolia hosts next year's Global Climate Conference, COP17. The location for this conference about landlocked countries is an intriguing one. Delegates flying in for the event would have been dazzled by the sun reflecting on the Caspian Sea as they approached the coastal resort of Avaza. But the sea itself is landlocked, with no easy access to the opportunities offered by global maritime trade. Well, for many of the landlocked countries, diversifying the economy is vital for future prosperity. While Turkmenistan benefits from vast gas reserves, it's among a number of nations at the LLDC gathering that are looking to tourism as an economic asset. The resort of Avaza has been developed with overseas visitors in mind. The landlocked country of Botswana is also one seeing tourism as a potential economic benefit that can be grown. The southern African nation is known for its diamond mining, but it's vulnerable to the roller coaster nature of the market, so it needs to diversify its economy, as Botswana's Trade and Entrepreneurship Minister explained to me. Botswana, of course, is in one of those unique positions of being a landlocked developing country, but you have some unique aspects also in your position, sort of very centralized in Africa in terms of being a hub. Tell me first about the diversification of the economy that the country's been going through in order to try to strengthen its position economically.
Well, as you know, we've been too reliant on diamonds, and over the years it has worked for us. But of course, over time, when diamond sales went down, or currently are going down, then you obviously have a problem with just being reliant on one. And therefore, that means that we have to look at other products or minerals that we can source from a country and sell out to the country. And therefore, we've been looking at other things that we can really do. We have not done well in terms of industrializing, and this is an opportunity for us to start looking at things like that. Even the minerals that we have been looking that we have in the country, we have not been turning them into products or adding value to them. So there's also an opportunity to add value to minerals that we have. And also the diamonds, I mean, we have not taken advantage of adding value to them because we have been selling them as from mining and then selling them as just ripe diamonds.
Yes, I understand actually Botswana has restructured its deal with De Beers, the biggest diamond company, in order to be able to have a better position. I understand that's true, yeah?
Yes, yeah. We have. And of course, because the diamond sales we're still not sure if we'll get a maximum benefit from, because the diamond sales are low.
What particular areas do you see as being the ones that will start to supplement the diamond industry, or at least maybe even start to take over from it? What areas would you identify?
Well, the advantages is that we've been relying on agriculture for the longest time. We currently are selling one of the best beef in the world. And that's another area that we have not explored. that we need to explore, or maybe also need to put a lot of energy into it. And other products, of course, we have recently started selling citrus to other countries, and it's an opportunity because now that we've seen that it can work, we can even expand it so that we have a larger share also to contribute.
And I understand tourism is an area you can look at too.
Yes. Of course, tourism is there. Failed to mention it because largely the locals don't really benefit too much from it because a lot of players in that space are foreigners. But it's how then the government should look at maybe restructuring policies to make sure that there is maximum benefits for locals.
What impact did COVID have? Because I know many countries, especially the LLDCs, the landlocked developing countries, had to rethink after COVID especially.
Yeah, because of the reliance, mainly for Botswana, it has been we buy most of our food products from outside, and during COVID we had shortage of a lot of things because now countries were hoarding onto things that they would actually sell out. I think because out of fear of being productive at the time. So I think COVID also brought some lessons to Botswana to stabilize our food security, and of course other industries like pharmaceuticals, and that we really need to look at.
One thing that turned the world trade system and supply chains upside down has been, of course, the US and its tariffs constantly being threatened by President Trump. What's your take on how Botswana would be impacted by this? I know the tariff amount has come down, but it's a constant flux. It's a lot of uncertainty, isn't it?
Well, what we got is, we can only accept what we got, but from the initial 37%, we've been given 15%. It's something. But also we have to be mindful that countries make those decisions on their own, and we have to create buffers that when that happens as a country, what is it that we can do?
That's what I was thinking in terms of tariffs in general, irrespective of what's happening now. They obviously have a major impact on landlocked countries because you're always having to negotiate with those with whom you border.
Yeah, most definitely, because getting goods from our countries to the market is still a hassle. It's costly. Transport costs are high. And it also depended on the policy of the countries that you're using to ferry those products. So it's always a challenge. And when the tariffs are high, when you still have other issues to deal with, it makes it even more difficult for products to move.
Where do you see Botswana 10 years from now?
Well, I see Botswana as one of the shining light of Africa. There is a lot of opportunities. I think when you open a statement, you say, the advantages of Botswana, apart from being called a landlocked country, we can call ourselves a land-linked country and use ourselves as a pad also, or as a passage for goods also to SADC and to the northern part of Africa. So if we leverage on those opportunities and creating ourselves as a hub, then we'll definitely benefit and grow to a status where our citizens will be satisfied with what the government is doing.
Minister, I love your analogy, using the glass half full, glass half empty. If the glass half empty is landlocked, then land linked, as you say, is the glass half full.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The European Union delegation had a busy time at the conference. Its representatives offered to continue support from the European continent while encouraging South-South relations between landlocked countries. What is the situation when it comes to the collaboration between the EU and the Central Asian states for which you're responsible?
Starting from early 1990s and gradually from being a little bit paternalistic at the time, we moved towards a genuine partnership where actually those are our partners here within the region, which are defining where and what kind of the very targeted help they might need. And it's interestingly, of course, everybody speaks about the money.
Right.
And the money dedicated to our cooperation is enormous. During the Samarkand summit, the president of the European Commission Ursula von der Leyen, announced the global gateway package of 12 billion euros that the collective Team Europe is actually dedicating to Central Asia.
And in what areas would these be focused? What are the main areas of focus for this collaboration?
Three main areas are connectivity, because this is probably the most urgent area where we need to do more. And I will explain why. Because when we speak about the second important area, which is development of trade, investments in the economy here, including in critical raw materials, which is a topical issue for everybody around the globe now. One thing is, of course, you can build whatever mine or factory you need. But if you cannot get out whatever you are producing, it's meaningless. So connectivity is utmost priority. We are speaking about approximately 3 billion euros dedicated to investments in building connections, which are both infrastructure, transport, but also digital. The second one would be investments in production and trade. It's approximately 2.5 billion, and another approximately 6.5 billion actually in what we call the water, energy, and climate change nexus. Because this region is extremely vulnerable in terms of water scarcity. We have still growing population. In countries like Uzbekistan, the population growth is, we have something like another 1 million people actually being born every year. And the arable land is restricted. You cannot get much more of it. Also, industrial consumption of water is increasing. Urban consumption. I mean, every human needs to drink, wash, and do other things. So, but the water here in Central Asia is a sort of a finite resource. And the impact of the climate change, including melting of glaciers, in a long run will create enormous problem here. So we need all the efforts we can actually apply here to address this problem, which means the saving of water resources, looking for alternative technologies, and actually adapting also lifestyles to the new reality.
And of course, you have a large number of landlocked countries in Central Asia.
All 5 of them, and one of them even the double landlocked,
yeah.
Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
So apparently, those are things that are extremely expensive just to get access, both for exporting their goods, but also importing whatever they need. The closest ocean ports are either to the south, where infrastructure is either non-existent, like in Afghanistan, or where might be some political or security concerns for the access to some ports on the coast of the Gulf, which would be the closest ones. And another thing which is extremely important, that there is a growing understanding here within Central Asia that the money is not sufficient for the development of the economy. Frankly speaking, you can borrow money rather easily nowadays. It's again available. I mean, it's easy money. What you need the transfer of technology. But even more than that, you need the transfer of knowledge. Because to operate modern technology without necessary skills makes no sense, and sometimes is counterproductive, or even, can bring a lot of damage. So there is a clear understanding by the leadership in all 5 countries here that they need to invest in their future, not only in terms of brick or mortar or whatever fancy machinery you could imagine. No, to invest in brains. So, and we are there to assist.
As a seasoned diplomat yourself, having held ambassadorial posts and working across the world. Are you seeing a shift away from kind of eyes looking west to, well, say less west, into the European Union area, rather than America, North America in general, and also a sense of building identity here that has its own value as opposed to being attached to a Western value?
I would say yes and no at the same time. One thing which makes me extremely happy, because this is also sort of part of my mandate to facilitate closer cooperation within the region, we see more and more that both people in Central Asia, but also leadership of the Central Asian countries, they start to assert themselves as a region and also act as sort of the entity, even without having any formal sort of the framework or organization for that. But they are putting much more effort in coordinating their actions, both within the region, but also towards the rest of the world. We have the Central Asia Europe Summit, Central Asia US presidential meetings, summits with China, with some other major players. So this is something that probably for the first time in their modern history, they feel this necessity to stick together, to work together. And I would say, yes, there is also growing understanding and returning probably to their own cultural sources. I mean, we are speaking about ancient civilization which is existed here and is on a par with whatever the ancient Greece, Rome, probably even Egypt or Mesopotamia. The only problem here is that because most of the buildings were built out of, mud bricks, they just disappeared. Sometimes we are lacking this proof, but indeed we are speaking about. So they are retracing their own roots, which is extremely important and very good, because countries of the region were under the external domination for centuries. And also another very important thing here, when we speak about the Central Asia, they are perfect examples showing that Islam and modernity are fully compatible.
Interesting.
And this is also may serve as a source of inspiration to many other societies, including in our own European countries, where we have now considerable Muslim population. So this is something that I would see as very interesting process ongoing. And of course, when we speak about the Central Asia, I mean the ancient Khorasan, it used to be the center of Islamic enlightenment. Abu ibn Sina, Al-Khwarizmi. And when we speak about the Islamic theology, Al-Bukhari, the one who compiled the second most sacred book in Islam. So there are things that Central Asia can bring and must bring back to the world.
Very interesting point. Thank you very much, sir, for taking the time. Thank you, sir. A number of speakers at the UN conference gave messages of support to the Palestinians suffering in Gaza. The Palestinian ambassador to Turkmenistan told me there were parallels between landlocked countries and the situation for Palestinians living in Gaza and the West Bank. One of the things about the LLDC3 conference is that, of course, it is representing landlocked developing countries largely, but also talking about unity between countries to provide equity. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, talked in his speeches about how there must be better equity and everyone should come together irrespective of the size of the country or the situation. Because the situation for Palestinians is so unique, how much do you think the LLDC gathering, the kind of unity that there is at the conference, can actually make a difference for Palestine?
Really, it can make a difference. Because if you talk about the landlocked countries, you can talk about the differences between West Bank and Gaza. First, West Bank is really locked because there is no river or a sea can make it for any delivery of goods or anything. But for Gaza, we have a sea, but we are not allowed to have any ports or use anything because of the Israelis' restriction on our people in Gaza. So we have two differences, landlocked and unlocked country. So if the people here and the countries join their effort together to push on the Israelis government, even if it's hard now because they are very far a right government and it's not listening to the voice of the world, they will manage to open the borders for the Palestinian people. We can manage to enter the aids that is the trucks of the aids that is holding still on the borders of our neighboring countries. This is the main issue that we need in this time. This is the critical matter that the Palestinians need. We need the aids to come to Gaza without any delay by the effort of our beloved friends from the countries.
You point out something very interesting, and that is that Palestinian lands are actually in two very different situations. As you indicate, a sea border, but no opportunity to use it. But then also with the West Bank, it's not just landlocked, but it's lots of pockets of landlocked areas, and they're not even in most cases, interconnected.
Exactly, because of the settlements that is residing in the West Bank and the expansion of these settlements. The agricultural arable land that the Palestinians use in West Bank, now it's decreasing because of the continuation of the settlements. The Israelis are now trying in the northern of West Bank to take all the lands there, and now they announced that they are going to to make annexation for West Bank to Israel, and this is really defy all the international laws.
Now, the LLDC 3 conference, in talking about what landlocked developing countries need, has talked about the need for financing.
Yes.
And dealing with issues that will support those countries, developing countries, to be able to handle issues such as climate change, grow their industries internally through technology and so on, for example, in order to provide economic growth and education. In the case of somewhere like Gaza, you face an incredible challenge because it's not just simply finance to improve the situation, but now it needs finance to rebuild completely. Exactly. Do you see, as a Palestinian, with so much destruction, the prospect of the world coming together to rebuild somewhere like Gaza?
Yes, I see it. Because we have a lot of friends and we have the minds in Palestine. We have the genius people in Palestine. And they are residing also in Gaza. If they join efforts, it will be rebuilt. Not as they say for 30 years, maybe it will take 15 years, but it will be rebuilt by joint effort, by financing, by giving the hope for the Palestinians that this is your land. We are the indigenous people of this land, so we have to live there. So if they join efforts, as they say, and each country give for the Palestinian, I think it will be rebuilt with no time.
Assuming that rebuilding occurs, that the situation changes to give Palestinian people some self-determination, which sectors do you see as those that will help Palestinian people to start to reintegrate into the world? What areas of development and growth can be focused on?
Well, the main areas of development, I think we Palestinians excel in agriculture, also in technology. We also agree in industry. So these the main areas, and in health, we have a lot of expertise in health. So, and we have the manpower and experts to give to the whole world. So it's easy to exchange these expertise with the whole world.
Ambassador, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Several of the discussions here in Avaza focused on the rights of women and young people and diversifying the workforce as a way forward for landlocked developing countries. One of the youth representatives from Turkmenistan told me that climate change was a key concern for her generation as part of the United Nations SDGs, or Sustainable Development Goals. So tell me about the role you've had here at the LLDC3.
Thank you for asking me that question. I'm here to represent Turkmen youth, and I'm here to represent my goal. I'm an SDG ambassador for goal number 13, which is climate action. And here I'm to raise my voice, what youth are doing here in Turkmenistan to make those goals to achieve to the year of 2030.
Tell me how active young people in Turkmenistan are when it comes to things like the SDGs. Are they fully aware?
Yes, I think that in my community, people around me, all of them know about SDGs. We make lots of awareness raising activities, not only in Ashgabat, which is capital city in Turkmenistan. Recently, we went to the Velayats, which are regions of Turkmenistan, and we went there to raise awareness about SDGs and human rights. So we make sessions every year to make SDGs more known. So in the comparison with the year 2020 to this year, 2025, the percentage of people that know more about SDGs raised it to, I think, to 10%.
Amazing. So you've managed to raise the awareness quite a lot in just 5 years.
Yeah.
Let me ask you how receptive people are, because of course you have the cities like Ashgabat, even here, Turkmenbashi, nearby Avaza. How responsive are the people in the more rural areas? How willing are they to learn about the needs to pay attention to the SDGs?
The people in rural areas, in an area that's hard to reach for information, they are really interested in that because they are, they are limited in information, they are limited in the resources, and they want to know more, they want to engage more. And it is very interesting to see how they want to interact not only with local activities, but regional as well. So
they have, because I guess the issues like climate change affect them more.
The issue of climate change became not only the regional or national challenge, it became global for the whole world. So we need to make our voices not only used, we need to make it collectively. Yeah, the whole world needs to make action towards climate action. And I think that here we make a huge step towards making climate action more known.
One thing is that this conference talks particularly about landlocked developing countries, which includes Turkmenistan. How much do you have to focus on the fact, this being the LLDC3, the third conference of the UN, that it's climate change, but also specifically a focus on the needs of the developing countries that are landlocked?
Yes, that is a good question. That is a great question, We discussed about it yesterday with my peers, and they said, we have the same challenges and we need to survive and we need to meet the challenges, not only with youth, we need to interact with the government. And that is the best part, that here in Turkmenistan, our government supporting our activities, and an SDG Ambassadors initiative. It is a joint program of the United Nations in Turkmenistan and our government. In here, we do lots of things as the youth, as the SDG Ambassadors team. We make lots of things with the government.
So you get a lot of support?
Yes, we get a lot of support. That's why we are here.
Very well done. Thank you very much, and more luck to you in your work as well.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Thank you very much. Well, while mixing here with such a diverse group attending the LLDC3 conference, I decided to ask a random series of delegates to rank the following issues relating to landlocked developing countries in order of importance according to them. The topics were borders, referring to the relationship that landlocked developing countries have with their nearest neighbors. Unity, specifically global collaboration between landlocked developing countries. AI, not just artificial intelligence, but essentially closing the technology gap between nations. Climate, simply the impact of climate change. And economy, meaning trade tariffs, the supply chain, and the global economy.
I think unity is the most important.
Okay, so unity between landlocked countries.
Yes, because once you are united with one common goal, one purpose and one vision, everything else falls apart.
Okay.
So the next would be borders. When you are united, which means you no longer have borders.
Okay.
Unity, the most hateful borders are within the mind. So when you are united, you see that you are the same. And artificial intelligence, no matter how scary it is, but I believe it's
more than just that, though. It's also about bridging the technology gap. Should LLDCs be focusing on developing the technology such that, AI and other aspects can be a dominant force in those countries?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so
AI
number 3?
is so efficient, yes.
And
it
then,
can assist to develop the infrastructure.
Of course. Climate change?
Then the economy.
Economy, okay. Yes. So basically sorting out trade, relationships, tariffs, and so on.
Yes, and then climate change
okay.
becomes the last why. Climate change is artificial challenges somehow.
Okay.
Because whenever there are natural disasters or the climate is changing, it affects agriculture, it affects tourism, it affects even health. So when you have enough knowledge within the artificial intelligence or the digital divide, you can actually come up with solutions that can actually bring you to a better scenario. You can find many countries with the deserts. They have beautiful cities. I've been to Dubai. Who would remember it was a desert at some time? So if you have the right technology, even use artificial intelligence, you can come up with solutions and break barriers. And that's what I think.
I think the economy.
Economy is the most important. Okay, I'm going to put number 1 for that. So then, if it was the next thing that they should focus on, which is a priority, which would it be?
I think they unite.
The unity, huh? So yeah, but so that's unity as a bloc. Great. As you said, it's important with the power they have.
Yes.
Which would be the third one?
Let us say borders, I think.
So, okay, borders with neighboring countries,
Yes.
establishing strong relations. And sir, which would you say?
For everyone. Of course.
And then 4, would it be technology or climate change?
I think that technology.
So technology is 4, huh?
Yes.
Okay. And then 5 would be the dealing with climate change as a priority.
In this case, let's start with economy, because borders, I think more or less, except for certain regions, I think it's more or less, so maybe economy is first.
So trade and something, yeah, okay.
I think AI would help, but I think first climate, actually. Second climate.
Second climate, okay.
Because AI affects the climate, so first you need to make sure you mitigate before you prevention, preemptive measures.
Understood, yeah.
And AI.
AI would be the technology gap, bridging the technology gap.
Yeah, bridging the technology gap, yeah. And then 4th, borders.
So that's with the neighbours and so on.
And then unity is more global, right?
Unity is between the LLDCs, whether they as a bloc could be more powerful. Okay, so unity first?
Yeah, Humanitarian economy.
Okay, I'll put number 1 for unity then.
Yes.
All right. And the number 2 would be economy.
Integration. This
is
something really very important.
Right. Do you think that the LLDCs, so you think as unity, do you think the bordering relationships are important? Which would be number 3?
Of course, it's part of the unity. As long as you have a regional integration process, which is very efficient. I mean, when you have railway, highways, and of course, the business people, they have, the freedom of movement.
Of course.
Freedom of goods as well. This is something really very important.
Okay. So I'll put borders number 3, which would be AI training the
technology.
Technology, okay.
Technology is key.
So then where does so economy fits in last?
Because it's facilitating the trade, the clearance, customs.
Of course. Well, that's also training to bridge
as well.
And then climate would be last then.
We can say it will be the borders.
Borders, so dealing with your immediate neighbours.
Dealing with the immediate neighbours.
Yeah, okay.
And economy.
Economy, okay, good. It was crucial.
The climate, because of the problems that we are experiencing with the climate change,
interesting,
it's becoming very huge.
Yes, in fact, the SG, I think of UNSG mentioned that too.
Yeah, sure.
And then?
I believe AI.
AI, okay.
AI, because now this is cutting across all sectors.
Yes.
And
yes.
then unity.
Unity of as a block. Yeah.
As a block.
Understood.
Well, I'll go for unity.
Unity, okay. So that's unity between the developing, the landlocked countries.
Yes.
Okay, and if it was number two?
Well, for my number two, I'll go for border and AI, sort of enablers of an economy. So they'll go borders.
Borders,
two.
yeah.
Yeah.
Borders
And
number
then-
two, that's the relationship you have with those around you.
Yeah.
And of course, as you say, land linked.
Yes.
So that's wonderful. Number three?
Economy.
Economy.
Yes.
And then number
AI, and then the last one will be climate.
Climate. Interesting. A few people have said climate is the last one.
Yeah.
I guess it's one that affects countries apart from landlocked. There are only two countries in the world that are double landlocked, that is, surrounded by countries that are themselves also landlocked. Liechtenstein, that's sandwiched between Switzerland and Austria, and Uzbekistan, that lies between Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Turkmenistan. In parallel with the conference theme of driving progress through partnerships, Uzbekistan's President Shavkat Mirziyoyev was presented with the Order of Turkmenistan by the host country's national leader, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov. The presentation was made during a gathering of Central Asian heads of state, and it marked his role in developing cooperation between the two nations. Well, the third UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries concluded with the adoption of the Avaza Political Declaration and the endorsement of the Avaza Programme of Action, providing a 10-year roadmap to address the challenges facing the world's 32 landlocked nations. It was left to key speakers from the UN and host nation Turkmenistan to sum up the conference's achievements and the challenges ahead.
This conference has been a turning point. It has reaffirmed that geography must not determine destiny. We now have a bold and practical blueprint, the Avaza Political Declaration and the Avaza Program of Action. They set out a clear vision and path forward. Our task now is clear: to translate this vision into action on the ground.
We have adopted the Avaza Political Declaration, a powerful expression of unity, solidarity, and high-level commitment. This declaration reaffirms our collective dedication to implementing the 2030 Agenda, advancing multilateral cooperation and ensuring that LLDCs are fully integrated into the global economy.
The legacy of this conference will be measured not by words, but by the real progress we make in the lives of the 600 million people in the 32 LLDCs. My earnest hope is that each of us leave Avaza with a practical plan to turn our aspirations into reality. Let us make the promise of land linked not only a phrase, but a new way of life.
Well, as the sun sets on the Caspian Sea, that's all for this episode from the UN's Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries. From me and the team here in Avaza on the coast of Turkmenistan, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments, and I'll see you soon.
sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Talking about iconic locations, I know the film was shot in Abu Dhabi and also in Wadi Rum in Jordan. Where did you get to go and what did you think?
We were in Wadi Rum together in Aqaba. It was just, you're pinching yourself too. Most importantly for the acting, it helps a lot that your environment is informing it.
Which we were very much
We were in it.
in it.
We were like getting the sand
no
off.
light. He used natural light.
Yeah, you're right. There was no, I don't think we shot one thing in Jordan that had any sort of artificial light. So that was it was thrilling, and then
immersive.
It was immersive, and then Abu Dhabi was incredible too because I just never been to a part of the world that's so hot consistently, and you leave your hotel room at 3 a.m. and it's 110 degrees.
Right. How much are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. And yeah, like I said, it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level.
I think animation is pretty cool as well because it's very freeing. You're not self-conscious of the acting, you're just conscious of the voice acting. It's difficult, but it's also freeing. I find it freeing. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's weird because I did a lot of it. I was pretty much by myself, I'm I was in a room in my home and everything was kind of virtual. So I didn't get to kind of see everybody in person and have that interaction that you would normally get. And there's always that awkward version where they have to do all the sounds, right? All the sounds that she makes. So it's if she's screaming because she just, did some crazy whatever, it's me alone in a room, just by myself, just going, which, although feels super awkward at first, then probably later it's I think I needed that,
Ew, Dad.
Ooh, Mama like. Who's making this stuff?
Not me.
Whoa! Shrek 5.
Was it a little bit more daunting to do the follow-up to Talk to Me just because of the runaway success of the first one, and there's just a little bit more responsibility when it's successful before?
Yeah, 100%. It was way more stressful, way more pressure. We still feel that pressure because the movie hasn't come out
It
just
hasn't
yet.
come out yet, and the biggest pressure is letting either A24 or Sally Hawkins down, because they both trusted us so much, and we feel very inferior to them.
It's that thing is, no one expected anything from Talk to Me. So now that, you had this pre-established, these eyes on you and this expectations, it gives it way more pressure.
This is their new sister and brother, Oliver. Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could give him special care.
We're on set. Do you scare the actors? Do you scare yourself? Is there an atmosphere where, it's inherent to the film? What is the atmosphere like on set? Is it funny and goofy or is it scary?
It's never scary, and it's mostly a fun time, but there's times when there's serious scenes happening in terms of conversations between people, and you need to let the actors have that space, and you can't be jumping around when they're trying to hit beats emotionally. But as soon as those scenes are done and we know we've got it, we do a joke take at the end of it to pull everybody out of that wallowing misery.
That should be the title of the third one.
Yeah. I'd watch it.
Like exactly the tone we want to have.
Listen, I gotta tell you a secret. It's like a little angel. It's a beautiful angel.
I do believe that even even, you know, in the horror genre, even in the most, you know, fantasy elements of the horror genre, there's always like the human elements. And for that, how important is it to find the right actors for those types of roles? Because they need to render that kind of emotion.
You just need to find people that you know are right. And like for the younger actors, you know from their audition tapes, when you see them, you know that they're that character. It hits straight away. And then there's performers like Sally Hawkins. You can just picture them embodying anything. And like once I start getting obsessed with an actor, or like looking at their filmography, I can't let the idea go of casting them. And the same with Miranda Otto with our last film, and more so with this film with Sally.
It does beautiful things. Listen. Listen. Listen.
Obviously, your way of doing horror is very specific to you. How important is the emotion to you when you're filming?
It's part of making the characters human, and for you to care. You know, if you care about the characters, once you get to the horror, it'll hit that much harder if you're connecting with the characters in some way. And we wanted to show, you know, Laura is a broken human being. She's lost her sanity, but ultimately it's from love, you know. She's lost her mind. Yeah, we want you to kind of connect with characters even if you don't agree with what they're doing.
Some people believe the spirit stays in the body for months after death. It's working! We can bring her back.
State your name.
Ryland Grace, and I'm not an astronaut.
Is it better to be in an iconic film or have an iconic role?
I think film. You know, it's always better to be in a good movie.
Got an eyelash.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film. You know, it allowed us to push the envelope every day, and we were constantly improvising, and it was fueled with energy, this whole experience.
Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it. Viva la revolution!
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Woo! It is very good to be back.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it?
You think it's a little bit the same for illusionists as actors? You know, you're kind of born with the talent of being an actor. It feels inherent to you.
I was a very slow learner, and I don't think my talent as an actor was inherent to anyone but somewhere inside me, you know?
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think you do know.
Together. People are afraid of people who know their worth and power because they want to control us. And if they can't, and if they know that we have a sense of self and that we have an awareness and also that we have love and empathy and friendship and strength.
Yeah.
It's scary.
It's scary.
Yeah, they get scared.
Because the more we know ourselves, the more powerful we become.
Jessica Chastain!
What will you remember most about the experience of Interstellar?
What will I remember most? Well, it's incredible to be in a film that it forces you to use your brain and your heart. And the visuals are so incredible. I just can't wait for people to see them. There's a water sequence that just makes you hold your breath. It's so exciting and visually stunning.
down. Where's the mountains?
It's a movie about several points of views on grief, not only her or his. It's how the family is dealing with it. Does it make it like a big ensemble, like everybody being together?
Yeah. Those are my favorite kind of movies as an ensemble. And what I love so much about the film is, I think about the female voices we have in it. We have Viola Davis, we have Isabelle Huppert, Jess Weixler, like these incredible actresses. And I just got to be in Saints and watch them. It was amazing because every day I showed up for work, it was with another pro, another great who really taught me a lot. And yeah, everything seems so limitless.
It still is. You're the star of my life story.
Did celebrity change your life? Because obviously you've been a film actress for such a long time. You've been an actor for such a long time. How did celebrity change it? I mean, obviously more attention on you, but for you personally?
To be honest, I know this is going to sound crazy. My life hasn't changed so much. The beautiful thing is now I have a lot of options for films, which is really exciting to me because I'm an actress, because I love films and I love directors and writers and all that.
Those men that attacked you, they work for dangerous people.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
Paul, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you, big fan. And congratulations on this. I mean, the character has legacy. You know, he is the son of an important character in the TV series. Tell us more.
I love the original movies, and I love that sense of humor where you can be silly, where you can surprise people, and have jokes come from out of nowhere. I mean, that's such a fun way to operate. And we haven't really seen it in a long time, so this was a really cool experiment to try to bring that back.
Absolutely. It does feel like we all need to laugh these days.
Yeah.
But the tone has to be right, especially for these slapstick films. The tone has to be the right recipe, the right dosage, doesn't it?
It's a very specific type of humor. I was telling somebody, you know, if comedy was rock and roll or something, it's like, this movie is reggae. Like, it's a very specific thing. Thankfully, we have the brilliant Akiva Schaffer directing the movie and everyone from the editor to the studio to the cast. I felt like everyone understood the assignment and we were all making the same movie, you know?
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
I just spoke to Akiva and he said that he wanted the most serious actors to come in and have like this very, film noir kind of atmosphere and then make it slapstick. Was that a fun exercise?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that too when I saw the cast that was being assembled and I thought, wow, Danny Houston, Kevin Durant, like these are, in my opinion, these are like actors, CCH Pounder, like these are people that you believe what they're doing. So that is really smart to try to cast dramatically adept people because then the comedy is more out of left field.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
How did it feel, all of you guys on set? I mean, obviously with that kind of humor, there must have been a very light, feel.
It was a light feel. It was also, it could be heavy at times because I think we all felt the pressure of trying to make it right, trying to make it good. And that can be its own burdensome thing. But any day on a comedy, to me, is easier and more fun than a drama. Dramas can be very taxing and annoying and heavy on people depending on what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, especially the ones you were involved in. I mean, they were heavy and taxing.
Right, yeah. Blackburn, Richard Jewell were
for the viewers as well, not only for you as an acting exercise.
Sorry about that, yeah.
No, they were quite the opposite.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police prisoners.
It's a skill to be able to master, comedy and drama. That's what acting is all about. So how much do you enjoy being able to stretch it in all sorts of ways?
Yeah, that was always my dream. My dream was to do what I saw like Robin Williams and Jim Carrey do. Even a guy like Philip Seymour Hoffman or John C. Reilly, they get to play in all the different worlds. And selfishly, that's what I always wanted to do. So when I get to do a dark drama for TV and then do a superhero movie or a brilliant comedy that's the dream. I want to keep doing that however long I can.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Finally, what are you most looking forward for new fans to discover about the Naked Gun series?
More than anything, I really look forward to them seeing how funny Liam and Pam Anderson are. I think their chemistry is dynamite. I believe their relationship, but I love the crazy broad comedy. And it just feels like it's something that I hope happens again. I hope there's a sequel or two, and I hope we get to see Liam and Pam again.
I do too.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet. Pretty smooth.
Oh!
This place is falling apart. Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you. You are the duet we never knew we needed. So how did it feel to the both of you when you realized that there was that type of chemistry?
It was a lovely wake-up call for me. Not that I went into this thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'll do this, I'll do that. Analyzing around it, it was just, oh, this is going to work.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
It's important that it worked because of the tone that is needed for those types of films. I mean, it's slapstick comedy, but you have to find the right dosage in a duet.
I think that the tenderness in the relationship, the sensitivity, the groundedness of the characters, I think, is a nice base, and then everything happens. But it's nice to see true chemistry. I think that helps, and to play it real.
Yeah, play it real, yeah.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom.
I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It has all the premise of a very serious crime movie, and then it's the slapstick. How much fun is it to kind of turn it around like that?
Well, the script, the original script, was good, you know. Seth MacFarlane, Akiva Schaffer, his co-writers, from this world of comedy, television, movies, you know. So we were in safe hands, you know. But yeah, it was important to have a through line of a story, you know. And especially in this day and age, these billionaires that are changing the world as we speak, or trying to. And Danny Houston's character is that mega rich guy who wants to change the world. You know? So I think the storyline itself has a resonance that we could all see as an audience members, you know, say, oh, yeah, I kind of recognize this guy.
Who are you?
Drebin, Detective Frank Drebin. Thanks.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Even though we haven't seen a Naked Gun film in nearly 30 years, it's very present. I mean, people know about it. What do you think makes it so enduring, those types of films?
I think it's just laugh after laugh, belly laugh. You know, there's comedies, and then there's these, you know, high comedies that are just so entertaining. Laughter is good medicine.
Yeah, it is.
We need it.
Especially these days.
Yeah.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect.
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
How much is LA a character in those types of films? Because of the homage to the, you know, film noir. Again, although it's comedy, there's a lot of tributes to a lot of things.
Sure. And we shot it in Atlanta, Georgia, you know. And we did. What done?
You did a little bit.
Yeah, we did a little bit in Los Angeles. Yeah, and it touches on noir, you know.
Yes.
There's a little homage to that type of film, you know. I thought Akiva did a wonderful job, you know, really.
No, he did. It's very pleasant to watch.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
Finally, what makes Leslie Nielsen the actor he was?
Well, he was a tremendous actor in so many movies, usually as a heavy and a very serious police inspector or whatever, you know. But when he was on that airplane, you know, unforgettable line, you know, don't call me Shirley. This is straight face. It changed his life, his professional life.
I just loved those films, and I'm not really familiar with Leslie Nielsen's earlier work, but I knew he came from a dramatic background, which sounds familiar. It's nice to surprise people.
Yeah, and do a lot of things. That's what the acting exercise is all about.
Yeah, and sort of make fun of yourself too, you know, in the process. Nobody messes with Police Squad.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Geneva, a true gem of Switzerland, Geneva. Full of history, architecture, and sights, Geneva is a worthy place to visit. The amazing European city is best known for Lake Geneva, of course. The jet d'eau water jet should definitely be on top of your list. The jet of water from the lake can go so high and is considered the emblem of the city of Geneva. Go to the pier, get close to the water jet, and you'll feel the powerful pressure of water projected into the air. Geneva Lake is a central focus of the city. It is surrounded by a panoramic view of the mountains with great promenades too. Throughout the year, many boat trips travel to give tourists a view of the city's lakeside. The buildings and, of course, the jet d'eau water jet are terrific sights to see from afar. Next up is the Old Town. As Switzerland's biggest historical city and the home of the Reformation movement, there is so much to be uncovered here. Every corner of Geneva's cobbled streets, you will find Swiss shops and cafes that are worth dropping by. The town square is an active area and was originally a Roman forum. Not to be missed is the St. Peter's Cathedral. You'll find it at the very heart of Old Town. See its architectural beauty and think of how it took over 400 years to build. Now, the cathedral stands to almost 1,000 years old. St. Peter's Cathedral is also known for the archaeological museum you'll find in its basement and the panoramic views you can catch glimpses of from the North Tower. Want more views from the top? Try Mont Saleve. It's a mountain right outside the city where you'll see Geneva in its entirety. For a dose of the green scene in the city, the Parc des Bastions is where you should be. It's a pretty tree-lined park that dates from way back in the 1700s. It was home to the Reformation Wall, which commemorates the main founders of the Protestant faith, including John Calvin. More history? Head over to the Geneva Museums, the cultural and historical place to be. The Musée des Arts d'Extrême-Orient is home to art from Japan and China, and it is renowned internationally. Other notable stops are the Museum of Natural History, the Barbier-Mueller Museum, and the Museum of Art and History. Canberra. Not your typical destination in Australia, but Canberra holds a lot of promise for tourists. There's just so many attractions to explore in the city. Prepare to be surprised. Canberra is in fact Australia's youngest capital city. What it hides is its thriving arts community, lively food and bar scenes, and then of course, the cultural institutions. It's got a healthy mix of man-made and natural attractions for every kind of tourist. Overall, Canberra is where you can explore, discover, learn, and yes, have a lot of fun. Know more about the history of Australia at the War Memorial. This is where the nation's troops and war's involvement is chronicled, starting from the colonial period to the present day. Here, you'll find a new range of exhibits, such as the Anzac Voices and the revamped First War Galleries. You can also tour Parliament House, a modern complex opened in 1988. This is where you can witness the democratic process at question time in the House of Representatives or Senate. Historic and educational stops aside, Canberra's also got a funky spirit. You can experience this at the weekly Old Bus Depot markets held every Sunday. It's where you can buy the most interesting of things: hipster clothes, homeware, and yes, delicious organic produce. It's also where you can shop for souvenirs to bring home. The city is also a haven for art lovers. Small art galleries line the city, Not to mention that some of the country's most important collections are displayed here. The National Gallery of Australia is the nation's preeminent public gallery, housing collections of Australian, Indigenous, and Asian art. There's also the National Portrait Gallery nearby that you might just be curious enough to check out. And then there's the Institute of Sport. Get up close and personal with elite athletes, gymnasts, swimmers, and cyclists that train at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. The Institute welcomes visitors and offers tours for them. The place houses many facilities like swimming pools, tennis courts, and of course, a fully equipped gym. Brussels. Brussels serves as the capital of Flanders, Belgium, and Europe. There's so much to see and do in the city, and here are some of the best ones. First is the Grand Place, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is in fact the main tourist attraction of the city. You can hang out, admire the guild houses, and take in its charm and appealing designs. Then there's the Town Hall, which dates back to 1402. It is considered the seat of civic government. It's got attractive buildings with arched windows, towers, and sculptures. The one of St. Michael slaying a she-devil is one of the most popular. There's also the Pissing Boy, a major character in Brussels folklore. He was designed by Jerome Duquesnoy, and it's a small fountain resembling a urinating boy. Usually he is naked, but at times he gets dressed. He actually has about 600 outfits displayed in the Maison du Roi. The Maison du Roi means the king's house, but no royalty has ever lived there. The Belgian Comic Strip Center is dedicated to the comic lover. It is in the Waqfez warehouse, a masterpiece in itself, designed by Art Nouveau architect Victor Horta. One of the most popular attractions in it are the 5,000 original drawings and an entire section to Belgium's famous cartoon character hero, Tintin. For recreation and leisure, there's the Hazel Park and the Atomium. It is a glistening 102-meter or 335 feet high model of an atom made out of chrome and steel, designed by André Waterkane. It is an accurate depiction of an iron molecule that has been magnified 165 billion times. It was built in 1958 at the World Fair to symbolize the new atomic age. Last but not least is the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. It is an Art Deco church and is the 5th largest in the world. It is modeled on the Sacré-Cœur in Paris and is made of concrete, sandstone, and red brick. It was in 1902 when King Leopold decided to build it, but laid the first stone only in 1905. It was completed in 1971, in time for the 75th anniversary of Belgian independence. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amalia Rodriguez, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque des Nacoes. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
In many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
طرف قبل هذا الاجتماع. يعني هذا الاجتماع يعطي لنا فرصة لتفاوض لإبلاغ دونالد ترامب عن الموقف الروسي مباشرة قبل الرئيس الروسي. سنرى المخرجات من هذا الاجتماع. لما يبدو كان هناك قلق قوي جدا لدى الدول الأوروبية سابقا قبل هذا الاجتماع بسبب أن سيكون هناك حوار المباشر بين الرئيسين. يعني أنا أعتقد أن في المطاف يوجد هناك اهتمام المتبادل لدى كل من روسيا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية لتصحيح ليس فقط الأمر متعلق بأوكرانيا بل كذلك الملفات في العلاقات الثنائية، ملفات المختلفة في العلاقات الثنائية. سنرى كيف سينتهي هذا الاجتماع. أنا أعتقد أن يعني بالذات وجود الرئيسين.
طيب، ولكن اليوم الأوروبيون كانوا أكثر وضوحا، يعني كان لديهم خطوط حمر اتفقوا فيها مع ترامب فيما يتعلق بالاعتراف بالأراضي مثلا التي احتلتها روسيا وغير ذلك. لكن ماذا عن الخطوط الحمراء بالنسبة لموسكو؟ وإلى أي حد هي يمكن أن تقدم تنازلات أو مستعدة لتقديم تنازلات لإنجاح هذه القمة؟
طبعا روسيا لن توافق على وقف إطلاق النار على خط فاصل ما بين القوات الروسية والأوكرانية، لن توافق على يعني انضمام أوكرانيا إلى حلف الناتو، لن توافق على تصالح أوكرانيا، لن توافق على تقديم أي مساعدات العسكرية والاقتصادية لأوكرانيا كشرط لوقف إطلاق النار. فلذلك كان هناك كثير من الأحاديث حتى من قبل دونالد ترامب عن تبادل الأراضي. هذا شيء مفيد بالنسبة لروسيا. يعني وعندما نتحدث عن التنازلات الروسية فبرأيي الشخصي قد تكون هناك مناقشة احتمال انسحاب القوات الروسية من المناطق الأوكرانية التي دخلت إليها، وهنا نتحدث عن خاركوف يعني سومي بعض المناطق الأخرى. ولكن في المقابل يجب أن تنسحب من دونيتسك ولوغانسك خيرسون وزابوروجيا القوات الأوكرانية. فيعني هذا هو تبادل الأراضي.
طيب، يبقى معي سيد أندري تيكوف. كل ذلك سيتوضح بطبيعة الحال في سياق قمة يوم الجمعة. أفادت اليوم أيضا مصادر لصحيفة التلغراف البريطانية أن الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب يستعد لمنح نظيره الروسي فلاديمير بوتين إمكانية الوصول إلى المعادن الأرضية النادرة لإنهاء حرب أوكرانيا، وذلك خلال القمة المرتقبة في ألاسكا. المصادر أضافت أن المقترح الأمريكي يشمل فتح موارد ألاسكا الطبيعية أمام موسكو، بجانب ضمان وصول موسكو إلى المعادن الأرضية النادرة في الأراضي الأوكرانية التي تحتلها روسيا حاليا. سيد أندري، كيف تعلق على هذه الخطوة الأمريكية؟ ما الأسباب أيضا والدواعي، وكيف ستتلقف أيضا موسكو هذه الحوافز إذا صح التعبير أو المغريات الأمريكية؟
يعني سابقا كان هناك مقترحات روسية بخصوص المعادن النادرة ودعوات مشاركة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية لاستخراج هذه المعادن النادرة في الأراضي الروسية. فلذلك طبعا ما يمكن أن أقوله توجد هناك كثير من الشائعات في وسائل الإعلام، ولكن هذه الفكرة ليست جديدة. فيمكن أن يبحث هذه الفكرة الرئيسان خلال هذا الاجتماع. أنا أعتقد أن لا يوجد هناك أي مانع للتعاون في هذا المجال.
طيب، واضح. شكرا لك من موسكو. كنت معنا المحلل السياسي أندري أونتيكوف. تحياتي. نشرتنا مستمرة مشاهدينا وفيها بعد الفاصل. مصادر طبية تتحدث عن مقتل 98 فلسطينيا جراء غارات إسرائيلية منذ فجر اليوم.
نتفاجأ بسيارات تدخل بسرعة لا توصف، وفتحت أبوابها وإذ ببشار الأسد.
تمام الساعة 1 منتصف الليل 27 الشهر اجاني اتصال: استنفر، جهز نفسك. انطلقت ساعة الصفر.
عمليات في مجموعة مشاة غربي كبد 2 كيلو.